Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome here at the TCDC at the opening of our conference Creatives for Climate Action Thailand, short CCAT. I would like to introduce myself first. My name is Michael. I am the Deputy Head of Mission at the Austrian Embassy here in Bangkok, and I am also currently the President of a network of European cultural institutes and embassies that are working here together in Thailand in the cultural sector. The network consists of, and I wrote them down so I don't forget anyone, so you have an idea who our members are. The Goethe Institute, Alliance Française, British Council, Instituto Camões from Portugal, as well as the embassies of Austria, Italy, Luxembourg, France, Spain, Poland, and Romania. I would like to tell you a little bit of the background about this conference that we're starting here for the next 2 days. So last autumn, there was an open call for funding from Brussels about projects that are working in the overlap of climate action and culture. And we were sitting together as a cluster and brainstorming which projects could we do. There were a number of projects on the table, but then one colleague had the brilliant idea of organizing a conference that talks about how can we make cultural events and festivals in Thailand more sustainable and reduce the impact of cultural events here together, Europe and Thailand together. We really like this idea for various reasons. On the one hand, as part of our strategy, we want to create a dialogue between Europe and Thailand, but not just about anything, but about really common challenges and pressing issues that we have in common, and what is more pressing than the climate crisis. And we see the effects both in Europe and in Thailand. So we really wanted to address that issue. We also wanted to reach quite a wide audience and have an impact here in the local context. And we all know festivals, cultural events in Thailand, food festivals, music festivals are a big part of the daily life here. But also they are part of the government's priorities, also in soft power, in creating revenue for the economy, etc. So we thought this is also an excellent idea because it really makes sense to do it here. And lastly, as part of the cluster would like to establish partnerships and cooperations between Europe and Thailand, but also between us as the cluster and the local actors here in Thailand, and bring people in Thailand and the cultural actors together. And through this conference, we will connect European best practice examples with Thai best practice examples. We will ensure also that there is mutual learning. Thai organizers of cultural events can learn from best practice examples in Thailand, but also from Europe, and also the European speakers that we bring here will learn about Thailand, will see which excellent initiatives exist here in Thailand, and also bring it back to Europe. I briefly mentioned there will be speakers from 8 European countries here over the next 2 days, also from the EU and from the UN, and many really excellent and good speakers also from Thailand. But this is not everything. As part of the conference, we will also organize a very concrete hands-on toolkit that will be published then after the conference, like 1 or 2 months after the conference, which should give very concrete recommendations and guidance for everybody that wants to reduce their environmental impact when organizing a cultural event or festival, or basically any event here in Thailand. And a big part of this toolkit will also be a database and contact details of initiatives and companies that provide eco-friendly goods and services, so that if, for example, a festival organizer thinks about, I would like to reduce my waste, how can I do this? He or she can then look at the toolkit and find a few companies that provide these services, and contact them, and then see which one makes the most sense, which one is the cheapest, and then we will really try to make it as easy as possible for any organizer here to reduce their environmental impact. Related to this, I would also like to mention that in order to collect this data about the companies and initiatives that provide sustainable services, we started a questionnaire. You can find the QR code here on the side. You can scan it, you can suggest initiatives that you know that would be useful for any festival organizers, or if you're a company yourself, if you're a private person that offers these services, you can also just add your own data. One thing that I would like to mention that is very important for us is the unit cluster is also that what we always wanted to avoid is that we just bring European speakers here and then basically you hear all the excellent initiatives that are happening in Europe, and then this is it. For us, what was important from the beginning were the so-called principles of co-creation, mutual learning, and collaboration. And what do I mean by this? So first of all, we really, through this conference, want to learn and understand the Thai local context. Like, what are the challenges here? What are the problems? Which excellent initiatives exist here in Thailand already that could inspire other organizers here in Thailand. We also we want to promote mutual learning, as I said. So on the one hand, there will be hopefully like a big learning effect between Europe and Thailand in both ways, but also, as I mentioned before, Thai organizers can learn from best practice examples in Thailand, and also our European speakers, we put them together, started a network, and hopefully also within this network of European speakers there will be elements of mutual learning. So one European festival can learn from the other, and European green initiatives as well. And also a big part about the toolkit is also the principle of co-creation. So the toolkit will be created in a very collaborative, very inclusive process based on strong input here from Thailand, from all of you here, from the speakers, from a survey. The toolkit will be bilingual, and so we make sure that language is not a barrier to access this toolkit. And it will be created and drafted together with experts both from Europe and Thailand. So it is not a European product that we bring here, but it is really like a very inclusive, co-creative process. Yes, finally, a big part is also we want to create networks and partnerships by bringing all of you here together and connecting everyone. And talking about partnerships, I would like to thank everyone that made this conference possible. First of all, the participating unique members, which are Alliance Française, British Council, Goethe Institute, Instituto Camões, and the embassies of Austria, Italy, Luxembourg, and Spain. And I would also like to mention the French embassy in Singapore, who supported the French speaker, who we will hear later today. And also the Unique Cluster Fund from Brussels, who supported us financially to make this happen. A big thank you also to Creative Migration and Susanna and Lydia and the whole team, who are the producers of this conference and really helped us a lot with putting all of this together, help us identify speakers, and all the organizational aspects of the conference as well. A very, very important partner for us is also the Creative Economy Agency here. From the beginning, we said this only makes sense if we have a local partner on board, if there is Thai ownership. We asked them about the idea, do you think this makes sense? And they said, yes, we're happy to do this and be part of this. They also hosted us here today, so thank you to the Creative Economy Agency. This whole event will also be documented by the Convergence. Danielle here in the back and Elisa, they will take videos of you, maybe ask you for interviews. Please feel free to share it with them. We also want to make sure that what is happening here, we share with the world through media, photos and videos that will be created here. And they are also part of the team that organized the live streaming. So there will be, I would also say hello to all the participants that join us here online from Europe and from Thailand and Asia. And finally, a big thank you also to the Dusit Group and the Asai Hotel Bangkok for sponsoring the accommodation for our European speakers. They not just only provided the accommodation and to be part of this conference, but they also have a very interesting sustainability program, and this is why we are particularly happy that they are part of this conference. In their hotels, they try to avoid plastic. They work with local manufacturers in order to reduce waste and have a whole sustainability concept, which they will also talk about today, later in the afternoon. So a big thank you also to the sponsor, the Dusit Group. Lastly, I wish you a wonderful and very interesting, inspiring 2 days. If you have any questions, we are around. You can see us. Actually, I don't have it on now, but normally we have these badges if you have any questions about the organization of the event. Actually, one last organizational point I forgot. When organizing this conference, it was also important for us that we ourselves live up to sustainability criteria. So we tried to organize this conference with as little waste as possible and the smallest ecological impact as possible. There are no plastic bottles here. If you would like to drink water, we have glasses outside and a water dispenser outside. Also, the catering by Topgolf is sustainable. We have biodegradable coffee cups that I hope everybody got here at the entrance. Please keep them for the whole day. You can put your name on them. In the end, in the afternoon, please also return them. Don't take them with you. We will wash them and also bring them back tomorrow. And also for lunch, thanks to Topgolf, also we provide sustainable lunch boxes for the registered participants here, which will be on the 3rd and the 5th floor, but a little bit more about this later. So also happy to hear, this is a learning exercise for us as well. We're happy to hear any recommendations or like tips how to make it better and even more sustainable our next cultural events. And the toolkit we will create will definitely help us with that too. And now I would like to pass on the microphone. I think I talked like actually quite a lot to Susanna from Bangkok 1899. She's officially the producer of CCAT. And yeah, thank you so much for all of your help and the partnership. And please join me on stage for a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, for the warm introduction and also taking care of all the thank yous for all our partners. My name is Susanna Tantansop. I'm the founder and executive director of Creative Migration in Bangkok 1899. Creative Migration is an arts organization. We are in Bangkok and also in Los Angeles, California. We focus on cultural and climate diplomacy with a special focus on collaborative community building through intersectional practices. So what does that mean? It means bringing people here in person and also online. We have about 40 participants. So think about this room and the virtual room and everyone here together. So before I say anything else, we're gonna take a minute. I want everybody to turn to someone that you do not know and introduce yourself, because this is a way that we're here in person, and if you're online, introduce yourself in the chat. This is a way we connect with each other. This is a way that we bring the chemistry in the room and also break some of the awkwardness. So we're gonna pause for a moment, and I'm gonna find someone that I don't know. Hi. Nice to meet you. Welcome to the event. All right, thanks everyone. So now the room is a little warmer, it's a little more engaging, and we have come together as a group. So what you've just experienced is a little bit more community building, because what's important for Bangkok, what's important for Thailand, what's important for the Asia Pacific is to build the foundations of this community, because there's a want and a need for this community, but there isn't a cohesive foundation. The creative industry and climate action, that intersectional space, is fairly new. I am a part of the global intersectional space. One of the big events that we had the past few months was COP28 in Dubai, and a lot of the folks that I worked with and also connected are in this room or joining online. We also have the Entertainment and Culture Pavilion here, which launched its inaugural edition at COP28, and we're having some workshops and events at Bangkok 1899, the 28th and the 29th. So please join us for that. There will be QR codes and links and ways to access that. When Michael first approached me talking about there might be some funding from the EU, they put in the application, I said, well, I am very uniquely positioned to organize this event with the network that I have, also the work that Creative Migration has been doing. We established in 2005 in California and in 2018 in Thailand. So we are a Thai foundation and also a 501c3 nonprofit in the United States. And what we really are doing is trying to create spaces and places for people to connect. It's super important, whether it be online or also in person. And this is how we create change, both on an industry level, but also a policy level. And that's how the program is designed. So there's going to be the first session about festivals. How can we do this on an event level? And we have some amazing speakers here today to delve into that. The session in the afternoon is about best practices for the wider creative industry. So we encourage you to stay for that. We'll also have a delicious lunch and coffee breaks throughout the whole day. And then tomorrow we're gonna get the heavy hitters with policy and talk about how we can do that within the country of Thailand, within Asia, but also on a global level. One of the other initiatives that I've been working on is through UN climate change, or the UNFCCC, and it's called Entertainment and Culture for Climate Action. And I've been working on that for the past 3 years. I have other colleagues here that are also part of that initiative. And it is about global inclusion, because many times in the rooms of this space, Asia is often left out. I have to argue with people to get time zone equity so that meetings are available for people in this part of the world to actually participate. Asia Pacific needs a seat at the table. It's still very global north led. And so it's super important for all of you in this room and in the virtual room to participate and also have this voice that is very necessary, because the climate crisis is all over the world, and it shouldn't be only led by the global north, which it is predominantly right now. So it's super important that we all start participating and connecting with each other and building this community. So I think that, I hope I'm not leaving anything out. One other thing, Creative Migration also, in order to be truly sustainable, we produce climate impact reports on all our major activities, and we have a climate impact report being produced for this entire week. One of our interns, Juliana, will you raise your hand in the back? She is collecting all the data, so please feel free to say something to her if you have any ideas of what can be put down with the run of the event. If you have greater ideas for events in general, productions, the entire industry, please participate in our toolkit session, which is tomorrow afternoon. You can either come in person or participate online. We also have simultaneous translation between languages, so it is accessible to people in Thailand, which is very important, as Michael also said. And we can build this toolkit that also will be a PDF edition, but will be also a living edition within a platform that the Convergence has built. And they will do a demo of that and how you can continue to contribute and share the information, because it is about knowledge sharing, it is about creating connections, and that's how we create change. So with that said, I will now introduce Kun Pichit to the stage. He is from the CEA, and they have generously been able to accommodate us, and the team has been brilliant and super helpful, and it's very smooth due to the CEA and all of our collaborative CCAT team together. So thank you very much, and I will pass the mic to you.
Welcome, everyone. This is so formal for me. I actually will just read 2 bullet points. It's my honor to welcome you all to the creatives of Climate Action Thailand conference on behalf of the Creative Economy Agency, a co-organizer of this pioneering event done. So actually, I think this is a really huge issues for Thailand. I think it's a great opportunity for us as a government agency which held 4 design week, 4 design festival that we drive into the north, the south, in Bangkok and in the northeast. And we have like 30 districts that we run across the kingdom. So like the event and festival, which right now still lack of issues of climate action, needs knowledge, needs expertise that will be sharing from the CCAT conference this week, these 2 days. I believe it will help us to nurture and learn something new. And on the level of the policy level and strategy, we will try after this, when the toolkit is ready, we will see how it will be implemented, how it will be practiced in action. So I think this will be a new change for us, new change for the countries to learn, to practice, and maybe cultivate new impact that will be happening in the years to come. So I believe now I will have to read the last bullet point. I wish you all productive and inspiring experience at CCAT, and I look forward to meaningful collaboration and innovative ideas that will emerge from this remarkable gathering. Thank you and welcome again. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you very much, Kumpichit from the Creative Economy Agency. And now we will jump right into our first segment, which is about best practices in large-scale events, in festivals, in large cultural events. We have very interesting speakers, both from Europe and Thailand. And I would like to hand the microphone over to our moderator of this session, Kun Kim, the director of the Bangkok Arts and Culture Center, BACC. Please, on stage. And thank you for joining us also today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to all speakers. So I think we will jump right into the first session. This first session is on climate adaptation and mitigation, and we will be discussing about how large-scale sustainable practices can be implemented with case studies from art and music festivals. So the first 3 speakers we will have today, please welcome Kun Bo Wasinondh from Wonderfruit Festival, Thailand, Sofia Machado from Boom Festival, Portugal, and Marta Palares from Primavera Sound, Spain. Thank you. Thank you very much. Maybe we could do a short introduction, and then we can go into your presentation today.
Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be first pass the baton to start off the panel conversations today with such inspiring and interesting peers. Thank you very much, CCAT organizers, as well as the embassy's UNIC and CEA for the invitation to join this very significant, important topic discussions that we're about to have. My name is Bo Nikan Wasinondh. I'm the content director of Wonderfruit, Scratch First.
Thank you. And so today you'll be sharing with us how the festival manages itself and its impact and how it interacts with its communities, right?
Yes, there's definitely a lot to share. And we're just going to try to breeze through as much as possible. And we can get on to the discussions. So Scratch First is the creator of Wonderfruit. And we've launched from 2014. And it's co-founded by Pete Pranithan Pranprapa and Jay Montonjira, amongst other like-minded practitioners who are believers of diverse culture in societies through sustainable practices. We're about exploring wonder through culture and deepening our relationship with mind and nature. We're an independent Thailand-based multidisciplinary studio based in Bangkok, and we work on an annual gathering in the fields in Pattaya, Chonburi. For us, culture is the catalyst for growth. We engage the curious minds through the intersections of art and culture to encourage, develop, and innovate meaningful solutions with ourselves and nature. So we use wonder as the propel inspiration for living and the explorations through culture. We connect between the relationships of mind and nature, which is essentially, you know, what is inside and outside ourselves. Our milestones from 2014 and 2016 are very much a learning steep, where it's very much about being very enthusiastic and just learning new terrains and different ways of doing things. Our ethos actually at the beginning was about leaving no trace. We wanted to create cultural gatherings and projects that are very multifaceted with different communities in Thailand and globally. And for us, sustainability was creating the least impact on the environment and leaving no trace, meaning, you know, what we do, we collect and we recycle, and those become kind of like the knowledge curve for us. And within the industry, the creative industry itself, when we say that Wonderfruit is a festival platform, truth be told that it was very much expected to be a concert or a music festival. So only after 2016, 2017, we were able to establish to become more of a celebrations of the arts by instilling different pillars of programming, whether it's arts, workshops, family, wellness, as well as foods, to become the staples to kind of like disseminate different ethos and ideas of sustainability and well-living. In 2018, we venture more into experimental arts and different ways of connecting and gathering people and sharing these stories. At one point, we did an empathy engineering project where we turned off all the lights in the festival and gathered several thousands of people to front of a stage to lay down and be interacted with very deep connections of art performance and musical sounds. And it was very absolute, and it was the idea that we were able to design and engineer experiences to create a mutual change for social and cultural creative impact amongst attendees. 2019, we moved site in 2018, and 2019 was very much building and investing more in the land and seeing that we are, in fact, you know, the platform of a festival could very much be a pop-up city. So we hone into the infrastructure, how we use water and how we manage waste, and how spaces are very much the informing of experiences as the programmings themselves, and also working very much with the landscape and shaping the experiences physically for people. COVID hits, and as tragic as it was, it definitely instilled a deep reflection for us, and I'm sure for many others, to really see how what matters to the world and what we're actually here for. So with that reflection, which is very survival and also very transcendental, we explore the relationship between mind and nature. You know, that mind very much is what everybody has, and you know, if we're able to grow and elevate and develop ourselves, that will show in the reflections of how we treat the world and the society at large. 2022, we hone into the relationship with mind and nature. Building upon our ethos, we continue to build layers that bridge program and purpose. 2023 comes the Declaration of Wonder, where it's very much programming based, where we shape spaces and program that are very specific with characteristics to design ways where we gather and where we share activities. And with that, with the milestone and growing the network and our communities of wanderers, there is a method to it. There's a method to this madness. You know, we encourage, we develop, we innovate. With encourage is very much setting up the infrastructure that we have on site, that physicality of how people gather and how you live that long weekend annually together. It's very much a living lab of sorts. You know, it's about encouraging people to stay on site so you engage most with the programs that we have to really become that melting pot to break down, to kind of like deprogram and relearn and share and grow together. We have codes in how we manage waste, making sure that we don't leave anything behind, but also creates meaningful impact surrounding as well. So 2017, we were certified carbon neutral by the TGO. With water and power, with logistics and transportations as well, carpooling and shuttle, which I'm sure our peers are also into that system too. We look at cultivating concepts that drive creativity and culture, whether it's about doing open calls during the year to gain participants on creative projects, or Intermission, which is a program for unsigned musicians to be masterclassed and also showcase on our main stages. To the farm stage, where we actually partnered with Jim Thompson here on working with the local rice farming cooperative in collecting rice and building it into a stage. And this is kind of like a very unique reflection of the humble grain that shows the relationship that Thailand has socially, culturally, economically. And with Innovate, it's very much about challenging the status quo. And we went in the deep end. It was, you know, very challenging, and we were game to just kind of like to go through these unknown territories and see what we can gain and learn out of it. So we single-use cup ban. Actually, right from the start, we pointed out that we don't allow single-use plastics and cups to, and you know, since 2014 to last year, towards the recent years, actually, all we had were like flasks and cups. You know, we had the Wonder Cups, but you're very much encouraged to bring your flasks and cups to the site. The Empathy Engineering project I talk about, one year we did a tree coin cryptocurrency where we actually signed up a currency that was disseminated on a kind of like a drinking, you know, a happy hour program. That in turn you could earn a crypto coin that will grow a forest in a foundation, and having the carbon calculator for attendees to be responsible for their travel. A pledge towards sustainability. We're carbon neutral. Our water is filtered for our own surrounding lakes. We don't have zero single-use plastics allowed on site. We build with sustainable and upcycled materials. We have carbon calculator, and 100% of all our waste is diverted from landfill. So we work with recycling partners as well as doing our own compost on site. So actually, it's very timely because we just got the reports this week that we are able to create 7 tons of compost from the compost of 2023. So from 7 tons, I believe, we now have 8 with a mix of manure and, you know, natural mixers. Our land is permanent, so this is an advantage that we can really hone into investing and building and learning and harvesting, whether it's ideas or materials from the land itself. We're able to create experiences site-specific to the land, whether they're art installations or venues that are specific to various landscape positionings. And also we are able to work with partner events and cultural organizers in creating activities and pop-up programs on site as well. And through culture and wonder, we create our programming. So, you know, with wonder, that we very much believe is the thing that pushes and propels and is the passion for our lives. You know, it's not just the sense of awe, but it is about that push to explore the relationship between mind and culture the mind and nature within ourselves. And you can read more about it in our article. And with that sense of feeling or worth or value, we also measure it. So through the years, we've had impact reports, sustainability reports, and last year we published the Wonder Report, which shows projects and practices, as well as interesting stats. And Mind, Sound, and Nature, if you kind of hit up our website, you see these kind of like leading ethos and concepts. Mind, sound is very much the sonic frequency that is in everything, whether it's celebrations for healing, for explorations. Nature. I believe the time is kind of reduced down to wrap up. Okay, and it's disseminated and it's shared between 6 pillars for programming, music, family, wellness, farm to feast, art and architecture, and talks and workshops. This is kind of like the breadth of programming that we do within the 99 hours, spanning across 5 days and 4 nights. Several hundreds of programs and design studios and collaborators and creatives that come on site to create this together. And it shows within the venues and its programmings that are very much IPs to Wonderfruit, whether it's site-specific or program and collaborator-led. A model that we have is ancestral forest, where we grew an indigenous forest within 10 rice, which is about 4 acres of land, 20,000 plants, and even just the power of being able to grow and care and nature and care and nurture for nature is a very powerful act. Very simple, everybody thinks, right? But the idea that we're able to grow saplings that can then become our source of inspiration, of knowledge, of food, allow us to learn more with the land that we have and also create programs surrounding it. Some stats that I can run through quickly: the growth of attendees from 2014 and 2024, 125K is the accumulative footprint throughout the 5 days, and our expected for 2024. The community is curious, professional, explorative. The breakdown of country of residence. Age range is between 25 and 44 mostly, but we cater for all ages. It's very family friendly. And it's one thing to kind of talk about ourselves, but we are humble and grateful for the reflections and reviews that we get from peers and media as well. And this is the breadth of the partnership that we've been working with throughout the years. And I also see familiar faces like the British Council, as well as the French Embassy and Gridthiya Institute and Jim Thompson that we've been working with, and we're very interested in expanding collaborations, opportunities with like-minded people. So with that said, we hope to see you in the fields from the 12th to 16th December this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kunbol. So it seems that you and Scratch First really want to create this annual sustainable utopia based in one particular area. Are there any inspirations that what you guys are doing on the field that would then spread across further into people's lifestyles and even country-wise or even regional?
I think that's why collaborating with partners are so important, because it's very much about sharing resources, whether it's physical or knowledge or practices, right? We've actually opened our land to create multiple different types of events with partners. So we also, as a platform of how everybody sees it as a festival, we're actually growing to become a cultural platform that will communicate and also disseminate projects year-round. So we're very much about online and offline. It's Wonderfruit is a physical gathering, and it's very real, and it creates changes in people's lives, and we can see that from returnees. But with online, it's also about taking people on the journey and getting onboarded that way. And I think the topics and projects that we do are very relevant to lives and interest at large anyways, but we're just kind of like a window that you can kind of like come and engage all these different philosophies and elements. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So maybe we'll move on to see what Portugal has been doing. So please, Sofia, thank you very much.
So thank you so much. And again, thank you so much for inviting us. I really feel that the way to move forward is through collaboration and through initiatives like this, where we can all learn from each other and share our practices and what we've been learning from our events. So thank you very much. So just to speak a bit about myself, I'm one of the producers of Boom Festival. I've been part of the team from 2017, so not that long. But Boom is what we call a transformational festival, and this is something that I felt firsthand because I visited this festival in 2008 for the first time, and it led to two very big career changes, and namely the fact that I am now working with Boom is really because I understood the power of festivals and cultural events in raising awareness, really, and in actually creating these temporary communities that can really showcase practices and that can really give something so that people can bring back to their day-to-day lives and put into practice in their lives. So this is a little picture of Boom Festival. So for 8 days, we create the biggest city of the district. And so it is a festival that happened since 1997, and it's a festival that's been evolving a lot. It started off as just a celebration, and then it's taken up other forms. Namely, from 2000 onwards, the environmental component became its core, let's say. And so it's something that as a team and as a festival, we've been evolving also with times. So we welcome 40,000 people for 8 days. Last year, we had people from 169 countries represented, which is really impactful, and it means that we have this power to bring the word across to globally. So it's also very meaningful to us. And our motto is to transform people and regenerate the earth. We are a completely independent and sponsor-free festival, which makes our life a bit difficult sometimes, but it also means that we are completely free to make our own decisions, and that we have to answer to no agendas, which is really also makes a big difference for us. In 2008, we began earning some recognition, international recognition for the initiatives that we undertake in the festival, and this also led even nationally to us becoming a voice, actually, and becoming a spokesperson for or a spokes event for sustainability, and to give this example. I'm getting my time. When we produce the festival and when we conceive it, we have this environmental program with 12 variables. And what we do is that every event, when we're planning it, we try to undertake initiatives and measures in each one of these variables. What I brought today to you was just a few examples of initiatives, of practical initiatives that we undertake in each of these variables, and that I hope will also be useful. So, starting with mobility and transport, because we are an international festival, and it's indeed our biggest, our heaviest, the heaviest part of our carbon footprint is with mobility and transport. And so we've undertaken many initiatives in this sense. Boom Bus is an example. So we have partnerships with local buses, and so we provide this service from the 3 major airports closer to the event, so that people can, even though if they have to fly there, but they can at least then get a collective transport to come to us. And we also promote lift chair within the team, also not just for the public. And our artists are all brought in with collective shuttles also. So this makes already also a difference. Last year we had 20% of all of our public coming already by Boom Bus, so it's a very significant number. We also have Boom by Bike initiative, which is something that started by the initiatives of the boomers, and it now became its own cultural area, and it has a program. But it began because within Europe there were people coming to us by bike, doing the whole trip by bike, and we found that super inspiring. So we created Bike Village, where we help them and where we give this incentive for people to actually come to us by bicycle. They have a place where they can repair their bikes, and they have this whole community that comes together in this particular aspect. So also something that where we were inspired by our audience. Waste, for example, is something that we so we all have a lot of, and that we try to use it as a creative resource. And so in this case, we are building, there are many things, many part of our program that is used. We reuse as much as possible, but we also work with local partners that have these exciting and sort of innovative products also that we can use. So recycled plastic that is collected from the city is then turned into a building material that we are now using to build our bathrooms and our urinals. The same thing with the excess of automobile industry. They are now creating also a material made from the seat, the excess of car parts, sorry, of seats. And that we made this Cortec product that we are also now using for building. Flooring, for example, there is a Portuguese company that's also that created this carpet that is made of leftovers of textile industry, and so that we use the carpet and then we give it back to them and they turn it again into new carpet, thus closing the cycle. And so these are only a few examples, but all of this comes together because of partnerships, because there are so many people actually really looking forward to making a difference. And if we all just sort of push each other, then these initiatives happen. Food, for example, as we all know, it's responsible for a great deal of our emissions. We do not believe in imposing anything, so our festival has every food option. It's not just vegetarian or vegan, so we consider also because people are there for 8 days, sometimes in 46 degrees, and it's not ideal to impose a dietary change. What we want to do is to teach people and to help them come to their own conclusions and make informed decisions. And so within of course, having everything biodegradable, we have a lot of information also at the festival, but what we did that was different this year is that all of our food vendors submitted their menus, and we were working with a Swedish company calculating the carbon footprint for each meal, so that each boomer, when they go and decide what they want to eat, they have the information of the exact carbon footprint of each option, and so they can make their informed decision. Also something that we'd like to do, and this because we feel that in terms of awareness, and it's very important for the audience to really feel that you are transparent to them and to relate to you. And so transparency boards is something that we've introduced where we share exactly how much every item costs us and our profit and exactly how it works, which really brings us very close to our audience in that sense, and they quite appreciate this this transparency, and we feel that it in general we are more heard because of this transparency. Here's another photo of Boom, and behind you can see the beautiful Monsanto, which is a beautiful historic town close to us. Water is one of our major problems. We have over 80% of the country in severe drought every year. Also wildfires that come a little bit as a consequence, but water is something that we've always struggled. And by creating a city that is bigger than any other in the district, so we're obviously taking up a lot of the resources from the local population also, and so it's something that we need to be very attentive and bear in mind. So we've done many initiatives in this sense. We built already 2 water treatment stations because the town did not have the capacity to treat all of the water that comes from the festival, so we need to do it ourselves. And so we created these 2 stations, and then we treat the water and reintroduce it back into our watering system. So this was one way actually to really make sure that we are using the most and not being so damaging. Also, we have a reforestation program. So in 2010, we were able to acquire the land that we are working in, and this was a game changer for us because this allows us to plan for the future and to actually, in terms of regeneration, reforestation, increase of biodiversity, we can actually make long-term plans, which is very important. And we always take into consideration native species that require less water. So we are trying to increase biodiversity without taking its toll in other areas. And we've redone all of our hydraulic infrastructure also as a way to. We have a lot of tanks also, so as a way to not become a burden in the local population. Since 2022, 100% of our toilets are compost toilets. This was also a big struggle for us, because for a long time, the legislation, we were obliged to have chemical toilets, those dreadful chemical toilets that I think everyone knows from festivals, and we were forced to have them for this number of people. So it took us a while to actually come to the point where we are now allowed to have 100% compost toilets. And the way we did this, the way we went about this, because the legislation was not prepared for this, is that it was by inviting professors from universities, so by documenting this and making it a case that could not that they could not deny the importance. And so this was actually also very good, because this legislation now changed, and so we are now able to have just 100% compost toilets. We also introduced shower times, and we have this information to people, and this is more of an awareness measure. It's also, I think we're very used to having, water is just so accessible to us, but that is not the reality. That's not the reality throughout the world, and it will very likely not be the reality for a lot of us also. And so I think it's important for now that people start to getting used to that this is something that we need to cherish, a very cherished resource, and that we need to keep this in mind also. Right. We also do a lot of campaigns, and we share a lot of information, and we're very proud to have had, so the consumption of water at the festival compared to what is the daily consumption in someone's day-to-day is very, very different. And this happens also because of the compost toilets, because of limiting the shower times, so we can actually see the results of these measures. And again, saying that nothing really happens without these partnerships, and without the fact that we are based in the interior of Portugal creates also a lot of difficulties, but it also means that people are very motivated, and that if you prompt them and if you work together, people are also, so the local companies and local producers and providers are also very, very excited to be a part of the project. So it helps in that sense. These are also some examples that we were doing. We have a cardboard village, for example, which is a tent type of accommodation. And the end, what we do with that cardboard is that we donate it to the farmers of the region, so they can use it in agriculture. So there's many initiatives that we undertake, and this all goes through, again, partnerships and looking for the right partners and working together together with people.
Okay, thank you very much, Sophia.
Thank you.
I think one of the things that you mentioned yourself is that you actually work with no sponsors, but you clearly have partners. I think from an operational point of view, could you share a bit more about what the differences are? I think that would quite an interesting point.
Yeah, so the idea is really not, so we don't have any type of sponsors because we don't want to have any brands within the festival. We want it to be a festival, a space where people are not constantly flooded with brands as we are usually in our day-to-day life. And these partnerships are always made in the sense that it has to be, it's not something given to the festival, but we establish them in the sense that it always has to be a two-way, so that we consider it really a partnership and not a sponsorship. So it's something that needs to benefit ideally both us and also the company, and that where we both are working towards a common interest. So ultimately it's going to benefit everyone, but that it really results as something that is gained from both sides, whether because the company will develop a certain type of technology that will now be useful to us, but then be useful to other people. But it's mostly in that sense that it is something that really comes together with benefits for both sides, with an ultimate benefit of a common goal.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So we'll move on to our third speaker before we take in any Q&A questions. So Martha Paredes from Primavera Sound Spain. Yes. And Europe, the European Festival Association. Please, Martha. Thank you.
Hi. So yeah, first of all, thank you so much for having us here. I will be wearing two different hats today because, as she said, I'm the head of press and PR of Primavera Sound, a big festival in Barcelona, but I'm also a board member of Europe, the European Festival Association. So please bear with me. This is a very long presentation, but I promise it's not just self-promotion. I'm going to be showing you really good examples that we have been compiling also through Europe. I don't do well seated, so I hope that this is fine with you. So just in numbers, we are a very different model of festival than what you saw here. Wonderfruit and Boom are festivals that have sustainability in their core mindset. We are a very big festival, think Coachella in Europe, but without the influencer fatigue. And this is who we are. We started in 2001, just in Barcelona, and we moved shortly after to Portugal. So right now we have 8 festivals in the world. Some of them are in Latin America. The idea of this is that you can't attract a certain type of artists if you're not offering a full tour. For example, last year we had The Cure as our headliners. You can't take Robert Smith from wherever he lives in UK if you're just offering a place in Buenos Aires. So the idea of that is to create more integral tours, and we needed several two places in Latin America in order to create the bigger tours. But just in Barcelona, those are the numbers over there. So it's like 20 stages. The main venue is a beautiful venue just in front of the Mediterranean Sea. And we are always urban festivals. We don't do camping sites, which is a big difference and a big resource that we have in order not to create more waste. Because as you know, camping sites are really creating tremendous waste unless you treat them really well as you do. We are urban, so you can just go when the festival finishes at 6 a.m. You can just go walking or by bus or by tram or however you can, because it's going to be very late to your hotel. We have around 20 stages, and during 7 days, we welcome 286,000 people in Barcelona. So that's a very big impact. We are 7,000 workers during that week in Barcelona. So we wanted to ask some questions, which would be, how can cultural festivals integrate sustainable practices? Because we are very big. This is not exactly who we are. We are a very big festival that has been working as a music festival only. But of course, we have to face these problems, these challenges, and we wanted to face them now, not tomorrow. That now it was the moment. the role that cultural festivals play in raising awareness. What are some successful examples of sustainable cultural festivals, and how can the festival organizers collaborate with administrations that might have been doing something already, that might know something that we didn't know before? So, starting on how we can integrate sustainable practices. This is what we do on energy and water. All these numbers we can share later, so I won't go into them. But on electricity, we are electrifying the stages with batteries. We reduced the use of diesel by 15%, and every year we get an energy audit, so we know how we are doing on that. And on water, as exactly Sofia said, we can't use the compost one because also we are a very big festival. So at least we have to do with high efficiency water toilets. On mobility, and I will go to this a little bit later when I talk about how to work with local administrations. Internally, we are working 100% in electric mobility. So we have bikes, scooters, and golf carts. Golf carts are really the deal. If you ever come to Barcelona, I will try to give you one of those tours because they only work backstage. They're really cool. And on external mobility, I said in a couple more slides, I will let you know. Waste management, we separate 76% of waste on site, which, taking into account that we are welcoming 75,000 people per day, is quite impressive. All of the collected waste was sent to EcoPart for treatment, and we retrieved 14 tons of reusable cups last year. These are numbers from 2023. The festival this year was already celebrated just 2 weeks ago, so these are still numbers of 2023, but there will be more or less because we had the same format. And on other measures, we are reducing, not being able yet to get rid of all the plastic packaging, especially from some food vendors, but I think that right now it's only like the chips. So that would be pretty okay. I mean, for chips, we are willing to allow a little bit of plastic, okay? We are reducing the single-use structural elements. We promote good environmental practices in suppliers, staff, and attendees. We are increasing the offer of plant-based, as you were saying. We can't force our particular decisions, but we are also offering more and more vegetarian and vegan options. The use of green riders for artists, that's really important because we have artists from all over the world, but we have seen that some of them, for example, are coming from UK by train, or they decide that the catering has to be fully vegan, or that they want to play in a stage that is electrified with solar energy. So that's compiled in green riders. And we are offsetting the greenhouse emissions, and we certificate our practices via a greener future, which is one of the awards that Wonderfruit has because of the amazing job that they are doing. What role do cultural festivals play in raising awareness? I want to tell you this because of this. In 2019, Primavera Sound became the first ever big major festival to be a partner of the UN SDGs action campaign. But they didn't approach us because of sustainability, as we might think, okay, yeah, let's recycle. They approached us because of gender balance. One of the 17 goals is precisely gender balance. They understand that there is no sustainable development without gender balance. The thing is that in 2019, we became the first major festival in the world, and is still unprecedented, no one else has done that, in having a 50-50 split between male and female artists on stage. So we were approached by them, and we decided, okay, let's use this to now implement more and more goals. Right now, we are working on clean water, clean energy, industry, innovation, sustainable cities, and responsible production. Quality education, because we do have a foundation that works with high schools in Barcelona. We provide kids with courses on electronic music production, and we teach them how to do their own music festival. And of course, we are working on the 17th goal, which is partnerships for goals. Why am I saying this? Because the new normal, which is this protocol that we implemented, helped us to go to raise awareness about other things that we weren't promoting yet. And they approached us because they understood the UNSDG campaign, that by themselves, maybe they weren't very attractive. They didn't know how to get to young people. So this was very important to them to team up with such a big music festival that could be an echo of all the things that they were doing. So it's not about changing your whole philosophy or all of a sudden firing your male co-workers. No, let's not do that, please, but let's transform them into allies. And this is roughly our stats. So 46% of people come from Spain. That's a little bit less, but yeah, just for partners, we say it's right because they want to work with Spanish people, but it's a little bit higher. And the balance is also quite equal in the attendees, because the more diversity you have on stage, the more diverse your audience is. So how can you collaborate with local communities? We started in 2018 collaborating with Barcelona Council because they developed an anti-sexual harassment protocol, so we just joined them. They had a specialist, they did it for us, and you can just join. But then in 2019, we did our own. But if you don't have the resources, just find someone who's already doing it in your own country, in your own council, in your neighborhood. And also, what I was telling you before, some slides ago, we are working with local administrations in sustainable transport, because we need to work with them when they ask, can you please have the tram open all night? Can we have the metro open all night? Can we have new shuttle buses to the center of Barcelona? So you really need to work with administrations in order to create this more sustainable system for people to come to your festival. This was for Primavera Sound, but Primavera, also Boom, we pertain to Europe, which is the European Festival Association. And within Europe, we are working in this EU-funded project, Future Fit Festivals, that wants to answer 3 questions. What does the responsible festival of the future look like? What makes festivals resilient to meet the challenges of the future? And how we can continue playing a role for young people. To answer these questions, we have been creating 3 different projects, 3 different documents for the European Union. A paper focusing on event safety that we are going to release this autumn. Another one, which is a diversity and inclusion toolset that we just released a couple of weeks ago. And the European Green Festival Roadmap 2030. But also with the Erasmus project from the EU, we have created 2 different documents, Future Festival Tools and Fusion Festivals as Social Innovation Incubators. Okay, technology is failing me. Okay, no more slides, bye. This is it. Oh,
Thank you.
okay. Yes. So this is something that I think it's going to be really interesting for you. Of course, everything will be shared so you can access it later. But Future Festival Tools, green competency for event professionals is something that we would like to create here a little bit also for Thai professionals. This is the presentation of the project. Exactly. The idea is to give personal certification, so you get a personalized report, training recommendations, and links to further resources and case studies. We compile inspiring examples from across Europe that are doing great on event sustainability in 6 different areas. energy, materials and waste, food and drink, water, travel and transport, and strategy. For example, Shambhala or our beloved friends from Boom Festival. This is how it looks like. It tells you around these 6 key focus areas, how to work. You have this e-learning course for festival stuff, how to do better in these 6 focus areas. And it's for anyone who is working on live events. Fusion is another project on festivals as social innovation incubators. And it has a guide with also 11 European festivals and 9 countries that are doing amazing on this aspect. This is the guide with a glossary. It's for NGOs that want to do a little bit better, and it's answering questions through this toolbox that you can easily access and see how you are doing on design and partnership, and how you're reaching out on communication, on budget, and then finally you can evaluate and assess your own projects. And finally, we have the European Green Festival Roadmap 2030, which is aligned with the EU goals for 2030. This is the idea, to reach 55% reduction of overall CO2 emissions by 2030. So to achieve that, we are showing 6 different actions, points that you can do on strategy, energy, materials and waste, food and beverage, travel and transport, water, community and biodiversity. This is the action plan. And this is the roadmap. You can see where you are on a basic, moderate, ambitious or challenging actions, because this is a process. You can't just jump into challenging all of a sudden. So if you keep tracking what you're doing, then you will see what you can do next. So, wow, that was fast. I did it. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Martha. What an interesting approach to sustainability with using lived lifestyles and urban structures that I think a lot of communities already live in, and how to implement those ideals and practices into an urban setting, right? I wonder if, I understand this is a European initiative, would a non-European country be able to take these toolkits and be able to either implement or adapt to their cities?
Please and thank you. Yes, this is the idea. They are free to use. They have been created and developed with love. They don't have any sense if they're just sitting there in a closet. We are thrilled every single time that someone approaches us and tells us, hey, you know what? I'm doing way better on waste management because I was using your toolkit and I saw what Boom Festival are doing, and I just got the idea and I took it. And then, of course, with the specificities of every country, of every city, waste management is waste management in it. So, of course, if any Thai event festival wants to get all the knowledge that is there already, then you just take it with you and you adapt it to your personal needs. But yes, please go to the website. I guess that everything is going to be shared with you guys. Take the tools, adapt them, and use them, because otherwise all this work doesn't make any sense. That's why we are here, because we really want to share what we are doing in our festivals and what we have been doing as an association. Otherwise, the funds are lost, aren't they?
Okay, thank you so much. So we are coming to the last bit of our first session. Now, maybe if there are any questions from the audience or from the online viewers, we'll take them now. Anybody? Yeah, Michael.
I have my own microphone. Thank you very much for the very, very, very interesting presentations. I have one question to Wonderfruit Festival. What are your biggest challenges to become even more sustainable here in Thailand? Is there anything that you particularly will focus on for the next time, where you think like you can become better? And Are there any obstacles in your way here that you would like to be changed? Are you working on changing them? And a little bit related also, a question to Boom Festival or maybe the others. Sofia, you mentioned that in order to achieve policy change, you had to collect the data, you had to show them like, this makes sense, please change it. Do you have any other examples, or concrete examples how you were facilitating or promoting a policy change? This is actually a question to all of you.
Thank you, Michael. Challenges and concerns. I'll share three things if I remember all three of those. As our capacity grows throughout the year, I think one thing is very much about health and safety. We have such a large natural land, and we're very much encouraging for creative and liberating expressions on site. So it's about understanding the needs and also logistical management on site that will allow people to be able to share and attend activities safely within such a wide outdoor terrain. So it's very much a balance between the operations team and the communications that we do. Secondly is, I would say, power. As we know, festivals or pop-up events are, they come into a space and suddenly everything is plugged in. So with that, we're still working on that, but it is definitely an evolvement, from having bare minimum of a natural land to suddenly having a pop-up city to invest and build more sustainable and permanent spaces that can shift and actually host programmings with longevity. With that allows us to instill more of kind of like electricity or water investment within the land. Now the land has, all our toilets are built actually, and we actually create our own organic matter to treat those toilets. So with growth, it also comes with methodologies that we're able to expand to that. With electricity, it's definitely a challenge for any events, powering stages, over tens of stages throughout such a short period of time. How do we leverage between using diesel-fueled generators and on-grid site electricity? It's by finding partners that can leverage in solar power management, water power, and wind power management. There's that. And the third challenge, I think, is kind of like getting partners and collaborators on board with sustainable practices. For example, food vendors. It's beyond sharing culinary excellence and knowledge and seasonal ingredients, whatever type of food, but it's also about connecting with the source of where that food grows to how it's processed and how it's presented, as well as all the operating materials that comes with it. So we actually have practice codes for the vendor that propose and we recruit in to join us, which is, we have over 140 culinary and food vendors on site last year. So it's also about aligning those practices. And with that, maybe they find different solutions so that they can adopt on their day-to-day basis business.
Yes, and picking that up, we have that also with our food vendors, and we've created also we have a guide that they need to follow, that they need to abide by, and we also give them a list of local suppliers which they need to use, so the regional suppliers, so that we also help the economy in the region. And we have a team that fiscalizes their activities, and we've set up fines if recycling is not done properly. So if certain conditions are not met according to what we want, then we've set up also some fines. Now, picking up on the question about the legislation, so with the compost toilet, it was indeed one of our achievements, and we needed experts and we needed academics to really be on board with us to bring this. I can remember another example. In 2022, 2 weeks before the festival, the doors were almost shut down because of the danger of forest fires, and all of a sudden, national administration decided that no big events would be able to take place in forest areas. And we were also, because we've been developing already this protocol for prevention and emergency, working with a lot of local experts, we were able also to bring that decision to a local level, and we were allowed to do the festival. But this was also, again, you really need to, again, get the right partners, get the right people involved that will validate what you are trying to do and make it so evident that there is no arguments to not allowing that change.
And for us, very briefly, so we can have maybe some more questions, I would say that 100% our biggest challenge is CO2 emissions. We got this article from a newspaper in Washington saying the best music festival in US is right now in Spain. We are one of the top 3 festivals in the world. We attract so many people from everywhere. How do you combine that with the idea that you want to be more sustainable? So unless we close the doors and we say, okay, yeah, only if you live in the neighborhood you are going to come, you're going to keep attracting people, and you are more attractive because you are doing better. So then you are attracting more people. So I think that 100% right now is that we are offsetting our emissions. But of course, that's not the whole point, is it? So I would say that that's our biggest challenge right now. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. I think we'll have time for one more short question before we go for a little coffee break. Anybody from the audience? Yes.
Hey, so I'm Lisa. I work, I'm one of these boring EU policy people. So if you would have a magic stick and just say, like, just imagine you as a creative industries are actually seen in the EU bubble. What would be your wish list demand? Like, usually we say list of demands. I say, like, to you wish list. Like, what are the policy blockers? If you would like, okay, hey, please help us, support us, enable us, what would it be?
Maybe one keyword. There's a challenge for you guys.
Force us. Make us do it. Sustainability is normally not cheap. So unless it's cheaper than the old ways, we are not going to do it. Force us. Just with gender balance. If you're getting some funds, you need to have more people. You have to have more women on your staff. You have to have more women on stage. If you're not doing that, for example, we're not going to give you the license. So if you are not monitoring what you're doing, you won't get a license. Of course, start slowly, treat us with care. But I would say that.
Thank you.
And I see that is because like the 55 reduction for 2030, by the way. So this, you don't do that out of free will, because this is, by the way, everyone has to do that, So, but a good marketing tool. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It actually will be 90% by 2040. Hey, you. Yes. And 0 by 2050. Just,
And Sofia, what about you?
Yeah, no, I'm definitely with Marta on this one, and I would even go back. I would even say, even just at least help us, enable us, if not force us, but then at least help us doing that. And it's something that in Portugal, for example, we have there's very little access to funding and to funding for innovations, and both for us as well as for other industry providers and for the producers. And so this would be something that we would really call out to, is really make it accessible for people to actually be able to get these fundings for modernization and in sustainability.
Okay, funding. Goethe Institute, where are you? Is somebody from Goethe Institute here?
Yeah.
Hi. Do you know that in the EU, the Goethe Institute is running a lot of funding programs for creative industries? Okay, we will have a meeting after this. Thank you. Next.
I think just on a side, force our partners. Not just force us, but
Partners,
also
you
force
mean
our
sponsors?
partners.
You mean like...
Brands, institutions, organizations. I think by setting a clear standard and cap, and even subsidizing or being the agency for it, actually are great incentives, if not just forcing guidelines and things that they commit to, and will be a great platform, a brewing lab tank to make all these things happen.
It's actually mechanically the other way around. It's like if you are a partner which is helping to reduce carbon footprint, because again, all of the industries have to reduce 55% by 2030, 90 by 2040, and 0 by 2050. So if you can prove that you are reducing carbon footprint as a partner, because that your partners will do that as well. So this is kind of like carbon trading. Welcome to the party. Yeah, okay, heard that.
I think that can be elevated on the national level as well.
Yeah,
So,
thank you so much. I think it is a clear indication of what creatives need, the kind of partnership and collaboration, and also on a policy level. I think we'll explore that further tomorrow. So today I keep getting told that time is up. So unfortunately, yeah, we have to wrap it up. Thank you so much, all three speakers, Kunbo, Sofia, and Mike, for sharing your experiences. And yeah, please, I'm sure you guys are open for any more discussions that might happen during the coffee break. Yeah, and then we will come back at 12 sharp, yeah, for the second session. Thank you so much.
And just a reminder, when you go for the coffee break, anybody that needs simultaneous translation, just see the folks in the back. We can set you up with headphones. There's accessibility for everything. So just a reminder, and please enjoy the coffee. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, I'm Notep or Notpanayangun. I'm from Thailand here, and I'm very happy to be here with you today. So I'll be sharing with you a very short contemporary guided meditation. It will be very different from all the meditation you've experienced. You're welcome to close your eyes, or you're welcome to just let the visuals take you. So just get comfortable in your chair. Can we dim the light a little bit? No? So let's take a deep inhalation together through our nose and out through the mouth. Relax. Inhale deeply to your belly and out through your mouth. Inhale again, deeply down to your belly, and when you exhale this time, exhale with a sound. Let all those stress from the morning, early, waking up, traffic, rain, let it all out. Yeah, you're safe here. It's okay. It might feel a bit weird meditating in a room, in a conference with your colleagues, with strangers you've never met before, but it's fine. Just remember that with every breath, you can connect deeper to yourself. Just keep breathing. I invite you to visualize white, bright light shining from above and entering your body with every breath you take. This light will circulate through your body, removing any negativity, any unnecessary stuff that you don't need anymore from your body, whether it's emotions, thoughts, feelings, anything out with your breath every time you exhale. It's okay to exhale with sound. It's okay to sigh. With this light, bright white light, with every inhalation, taking out all the things you don't need with your breath. Through exhalation, visualize gray smoke coming out, taking away anything you don't need anymore. Keep breathing with this visualization until you feel lighter, until your shoulders starts to relax, until you feel this lightness in your chest. Keep breathing. And with every inhalation, try to go deeper. Try to breathe deeper into your belly. And for the last part, I invite you to put your hands on your heart. Feel your heartbeat. Has it slowed down from the deep breathing you've done? Take this time to connect to yourself, to ask yourself, how are you? How are you? When was the last time you asked yourself that? Take this time to really speak to yourself, your mind, your body, your soul, how you're doing. And then send love to yourself. Say thank you to yourself. Thank you for being yourself, for doing what you do. Give yourself the love you need. And for this time, I invite you to set an intention. Is there anything you'd like to happen in your life? Any change for you to become a better version of yourself? For you to be happier, healthier, be a better friend, better partner, better colleague, better family member? Anything. Take this time to speak with yourself. This intention could be for today, for tomorrow, for the weeks, the months, the years to come. It can be anything. The sky's the limit. And with the thoughts in your mind, still visualizing that white light circulating through you, expanding with your thoughts. And while doing so, you can maybe even put a smile on your face. And when you're ready, send that white light to your loved ones, to your community. See their faces smiling back at you. Send that love and light to anyone you want to, whether it's in this room, in the city, in different countries, anywhere. And remember, Self-love is very important. And I believe that for sustainability, it starts with self-love. If you can love yourself, you can spread that love to your surrounding, to your community, and to the environment. I invite you to do one last deep inhalation together. Inhale and exhale. Thank you so much for taking that short time to connect and meditate with me. So my name is Note once again. I'm Thai and I'm an artist, musician, and environmentalist. And my journey has started a long time. And I think one person that can help me tell my story and really enhances on everything we've been talking about today is Jeab, who's also a very dear friend of my mom. And she's seen me since I was very young, and I've spoken to her about my dreams and goals since I was a young girl. So it's a pleasure for me to share the stage with her today. And P. Kim too.
Okay, thank you, Not, and welcome back to session 2. We are still on the subject of climate adaptation and mitigation. However, with this session, maybe we'll hear from an art context and what sustainability means for artistic practices as an artist and as an artistic director. So maybe we will start with Kun Jeab or Gridthiya Gaweewong, the co-artistic director of the Chiang Rai Thailand Biennale and the current director of the Jim Thompson Art Center. Thank you.
ขอบคุณค่ะ Thank you so much, Note, for helping us relaxing, and I hope everyone's still awake. And so please bear with us for at least 45 minutes before we have a good lunch. I would like to share with you about the latest edition of Thailand Biennale. Do we have a slides? So if some of you might know that the Thailand oh, okay. Okay, so this is a question that when I was asked to speak about, the sustainability and the art festival, and I have a question that can it be sustainable, and how can it be? And I think for the Thailand Biennale is quite different from the previous session because it was the project that has been initiated by the country, the national level. It's pretty top down. It's not like, self-initiative and bottom-up approach like the previous session. So it was started in 2018, and people were super confused about Thailand, like how come in 2018 we have 3 biennales, in the city. Don't ask me why. And because, of course, in Thailand, no one talk to each other. So that's why they just do it, but I kind of reveal the national secret here. So Thailand Biennale was initiated by the Office of Contemporary Art, Ministry of Culture. And the idea is to decentralize and diversify the art festival around the country. So the first time they started from the south in Krabi. And the second edition was in the northeast during COVID, unfortunately, in Korat or Nakhon Ratchasima. And the third edition was in Chiang Rai, the northern part of Thailand. And I was asked to curate that edition, not only because I was born there, but for me, it's very difficult to say no, to this proposal. But for me, I thought it's quite interesting because of the city itself. And it was the first time that they said, oh, this time we need local curators. So we invited like me and also Angrid, who was born there, and also Gridthiya. He, even though he's Thai, but he was born in Argentina and worked in Berlin and New York. And then we have another person, which is Manupon, and 4 curators and artistic director. And we happen to, because Chiang Rai is quite interesting context to give you some kind of background information about the city itself. And also the Thailand Biennale, mostly it's really focused on the site because, you know, it's been kind of circulating around the countries, and the nature of this, the festival and itself is pretty much site specific. And what does that mean, site specific, you know, for us? So for me, even though I was born in Chiang Rai and in Chiang San, which is around the Golden Triangle area, I know nothing about the city because I grew up in Chiang Mai and, you know, live here and study abroad. So it's kind of good for me to go back and looking at the city, which has a long history about, you know, 13th, 14th century, right? So we did a lot of research trip with artists and curators, and we found one of the very interesting departure point for me, which was one of the oldest temple that has been built by the previous king, like around 14th century. And there was a very beautiful Buddha image that has been enshrined there. And the curators from the National Museum in Chiang Saen told us, oh, this gesture called the open world. And we were like, wow, it was really interesting name. And also the meaning of that Buddha gesture was, it represents the wisdom and enlightenment, right? And then, and that temple was quite interesting because it was built by the nephew of the king Mang Rai, who was born in Chiang Saen, and he had to migrate to Chiang Mai to build the new city. And then after that, you know, San Pu, his nephew, came back to Chiang Saen and renovate the city. And when he renovated the city, and he built 300 teak wood trees. And it was quite interesting for me to hear about that, you know, about this kind of environmental kind of awareness, like, wow, this king has been like very forward thinking. You know, he did it before Joseph Beuys planted 7,000 oak trees in Documenta in the 70s, right? And then we kind of use that as a departure point, and we invite about 60 artists around the world. And the idea is Chiang Saen has been located next to the Mekong River. So we wanted to connect with the Mekong River with Amazon, you know, so the ideas of connecting with the global south, you know, is pretty much kind of in our conscious, and also we want to be inclusive as much as possible. And the idea of Chiang Rai is it has been very interesting because there were so many artists come back from, you know, the north and also the center, and they came back home and they start their own small organization which consists of 300 local artists. And that's how people said, oh, how come Chiang Rai has been like so much kind of vibrant, you know, in terms of art and culture and craft. And they're totally like, you know, involved in making Thailand Biennale Chiang Rai feasible. So we did like main exhibition, which consists about 60 artists from around the world. And also we have pavilions, you know, from local and international artists. And then we also have a lot of collateral events, which the exhibition is about 5 months, and we end up having about 180 collateral events, you know, along this festival. So we spread the artwork across the city, from the main kind of the main district to the Chiang Saen area. And what we are interested in was about, you know, we want to go back and to study about the history of the city, and also about geopolitics, and also ecological problem because of the nature of the river itself, right? You know, we have a problem of the dam, you know, which is built by China, you know, so that was very obvious. And actually, Chiang Rai, we also have another major crisis in terms of climate and also the dust, you know, which pretty much kind of heavy for us that we have to face every year. And we kind of encourage the artists that to think about this this problem as well. And so this is one of the a few examples that I wanted to focus on is how the artists work with the local and historical context. And we use a lot of sites, which is ruins and also temples. And one of the very famous scholar asked me like, how can you do the Biennale in Chiang Rai that you don't have a museum? And I told him that this is the best time for us to do because you don't have a museum, so we can kind of activate all this existing space and also with this archaeological site as well as the existing museum and like the empty kind of warehouse. So this is one of the ancient site, number 16. It's built during like about 400 years ago that, during the Lana Kingdom of Chiang San has been occupied by Burma. And artists that we invited to work here, this is a collective from Ratburi, and they were part of the Chiang San diaspora, and we invite them to go back and to imagine about the past. So they did this inflatable kind of JD. And this is another project by the Chiang Mai-based artist who origins is Indian, and he is working with the community in Chiang San. And his idea is about displacement, about this kind of the migration, mostly people in Chiang San and Chiang Rai. As I told you before, that the city has been destroyed after the Burmese occupation, in the around like 7th and 18th century. So there was nothing left in Chiang Rai except soil and sky. So what does it mean? Like people in Chiang Rai, we all migrant. There was no one from Chiang Rai back then, right? So I think it's very interesting to think about this context as well. And then we have an artist from Taiwan, who Shu Jiawei. He's working with the local artists and also with the students who practice the drummers. And then Lipi from Bangladesh, she's collaborate with the local embroiderer, and that embroidery, she has a kind of workshop, and she worked with the male prisoners, in Chiang Rai prison, and we gave the silk, for them. So this is one of the pieces that we were so happy about that, and then this is more or less like pretty much kind of talk about the sustainability, because this artist Thomas Saracino, he is always aware about this ecological kind of crisis. And then we asked the local people to donate the used plastic bag, and then we create this balloon, and then we try to fly the balloon in Chiang Rai, and this one is the whole process of creating this piece. And then we also encouraged artists to work with the local craftsmen. As we know that Chiang Rai and Chiang Mai, we are very kind of famous for the craftsmanship, right? So this is the project by Kido. He is an artist from Japan, and he kind of used this rice barn, and compare with this used as a metaphor of the body, after the COVID, right? So, and also the pattern that he create with the craftsman is based on bacteria and the COVID kind of pattern. And I think it was really interesting to see how the craftsman from Chiang Rai, when he got the new machine from Japan, and he was super excited to explore. Like, wow, we really can do something else, like different patterns, besides like elephant, and the traditional style that they already did, And this piece has been, it's already installed after the Biennale. It's now installed at the Rai Me Pha Luang. If you go to Chiang Rai, you can still see it. So we are always thinking about the sustainable in the terms of like, every time when we do the festival like this, especially art festival, we always make a lot of artwork that has been some more or less like semi-permanent, and what is left after the Biennale, right? So this a few pieces left in Chiang Rai, and we were so happy that artists decided to donate the work, to the city. And this is the piece by Taiwanese artist. He is very he's famous for bamboo, and then actually he always bring a craftsman from Taiwan, to work on site, right? So this project, okay, 2 minutes. This project has been kind of like, we encourage him to bring fewer craftsmen and work with our local craftsmen. And this, for the big kind of challenge for us is like, we have to pay a lot of money on shipping, right? So in the Biennale in Chiang Rai, we encourage artists to produce the work on site and to work with our local craftsman and producer. So the highlight for us, is like how the festival and art like Biennale can work with the local people. So this project actually has been really kind of pushed by Chalerm Chai, the artist who built the White Temple. And he really wants the local artists to work with 18 districts. And at the end, we create this big parade. I think this project has been kind of really give this awareness, of the whole city, and people can be part of it. I think it was really, really kind of special. Like when you do the big Biennale like this, you rarely see it in Bangkok or in the other city that all the whole province, can be part of it, and they really shine. I mean, this is how the local people and also the arts community, they really work hard, so they did a workshop with different districts, and then they kind of like spend a lot of time nurturing them, within these 2 years of the project, right? So I think this is how we are thinking about the art festival can be sustained in the art ecological sense. But however, for Thailand Biennale, if you ask about this sustainable, like, I think if I can say yes or no, in terms of the state, yes, Thailand Biennale will continue, but it will continue to the next city. And what about the host city? No. What about Chiang Rai? Like, what about Krabi and Korat? They have no continue funding, or long-term policy, right? So I think it was kind of challenging in terms of policy for Thailand to think about that. But on the other hand, the city itself, they are really much kind of like vibrant, and they wanted to continue by themselves. And I think Chiang Rai is the only city that has this capacity, to continue their own version. So I think this one might be a good kind of case study, for other city in Thailand, to think about it. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think in an art context, the idea of sustainability goes beyond object or lifestyle. Artists have been reusing materials since the beginning of the concept of creativity. So I think what comes with sustainability is the word community. And it was very clear from this festival that there was an initial participation and also will to be a part of this festival. Could you share a little bit more about how you rallied communities, and did you come across any communities that did not want to be a part of this, as they may have felt one way or another that it was not beneficial for them?
I think we have another problem in Chiang Rai, because everyone wants to be part of it, and we don't. So at the beginning, we were thinking of, we want to, as a curatorial job, it was super dictated. I mean, it's so difficult to be inclusive without compromising the quality of the artwork, right? So okay, we have to create this pavilion, and then when we announced that we will do an open call for the pavilion, so many people from Chiang Rai, they wanted to be part of it, So we select 5. And they also complained, like, how come, I was not selected to be part of your pavilion? And we told them that, yeah, you can work on your studio, or you can do a lot of like many collateral events. And the thing about the city is like everyone wants to be part of it. I think it will be the same in Phuket, which is the next city of Thailand Biennale. So, and now it's all about like how to accommodate the needs, of the community. Yeah, I think this is another interesting and also very challenging. So that's why we end up having 180 collateral events. I mean, almost every day that many spaces and also like the private sectors, especially the hotel, right? They wanted to be part of it, so they came to us like, we wanted to show some of the artwork. So we matched them with the Artists Association, and then we tell them that they can just, select all the artists in this, the group, then they can show by themselves. I think this is a bit like too much. Yeah, I don't know about the other city, but this is the case of Chiang Rai. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think we'll come back for more questions later. Maybe now we will pass the mic to Kun Nod Payayangkun, artist, musician, environmental conservationist. Maybe if you can share with us from an artist's point of view and share with us your own art practices, how you interpret sustainability through your work. And yeah.
Thank you for that presentation. I went to the Chiang Rai Biennale too, and it was so awesome. So thank you for doing that. For me, so the music and the visuals from the meditation you guys experienced before, it was actually from my album, Metamorphogenesis, which aims to connect audience back to themselves and to nature. And magically, it was actually launched at Jim Thompson Art Center last March. My whole practice as an artist, as a musician, my whole goal in doing so is to connect people back to their own self inside, traveling inside, instead of just being distracted by the outside, social media, technology, you know what I'm saying. And to connect people back to their origin, which is nature also. So I incorporate a lot of my own recordings of aquatic stuff like whales, the sea, the garden in my backyard, my grandma, like all the things that is very simple, but is so essential to me. And I just incorporate that into the music and hoping so that it would spark the connection that I felt to other people as well when they listen. And as we hear from the talk before, even Jeab's talk, like art and music is very essential in how we're like dealing with the climate change today. Like people open up more to art and music. And if we can use art and music as a tool to raise awareness on climate problems, I think it could be a very powerful thing, because people love having fun, and that's what art and music is for. It makes it fun. So if we can, use our own skills that we have, I believe all of you in this room have your own skills. And if you can use that skill that you have to help fight this problem that we're facing, I think that would be a very powerful thing.
Yeah, you do a lot of workshops and field trips with local communities. Can you share some of that experience with us, with how you approach the local community? For example, you are from the north yourself, I believe, but you do a lot of oceanside conservation and seaside conservation. So in terms of using art as a tool, how did you initially approach this community and share the knowledge that maybe a strange practice for them or a way of thinking is different for them, but how did you create that bridge between yourself and the community?
So I always go in with a smile, with a positive energy and fun. I think that's the key, making it fun, because I feel like anyone would embrace whatever you're talking about more when you make it fun and friendly. If I go in as like a I don't know, like a nakwishagan, what do you call it in English? Like a researcher,
Academic,
scientist, which I'm not. Like if I go in like that and be like, okay, here are the facts, you need to do this, they're gonna be like, no, we don't want to. And so you have to go in and be like, hey, how are you doing? So what have you been doing today? Oh, really? Okay, I do this too, but I do it this way, So there's a way to approach. And I work a lot with the kids. So with creativity, with funness, art and music, it really helps to bring their attention, to raise awareness, and to make them understand the importance of the problems that we have today.
So what kind of workshops do you do with the children?
So many things: recycling, upcycling, workshops on like circular economy, green economy, making sure they feel proud of where they come from. I think that's the most important, to make the people who live in that area feel proud of their home and wanting to protect their home. Like recently, I got a chance to join Greenpeace on a tour on their Rainbow Warrior ship. And there we went to Hat Yai, to Jana, this area in Hat Yai. And we worked with the locals there to find the biodiversity in the ground, on the seafloor, basically to come up with a big, thick book of research to hand to the government why they shouldn't build factories here and stuff like that. And the locals there were really open to this. And they were the ones actually to come to Greenpeace and be like, hey, can we work with you to protect our home? Yeah.
As a key opinion leader yourself, how do you think other people can use social media platforms to communicate and educate, to create, let's say, educational content, and use that, the web of social media platform for good and for change? Do you have any tips, for example, for an organization or even on an individual level, that they can use that platform wisely?
I think social media right now is the best, I mean, one of the best platform to advocate on sustainability, on how we can fix the problems, because everyone uses social media. I mean, that's something we cannot deny. Even though like I don't entirely enjoy using it, I still have my love-hate relationship with social media, but we cannot deny that it's a very powerful tool that we have, and it's very easy to communicate to a large audience. And if you have a following, if you have like, you know, people who look up to you, this is the best way to tell your followers what they should do in the best way, of course. My advice would be just to be sincere, be genuine, and don't try too hard. Of course, still make it beautiful, make it attractive, but don't try to make it too like perfect. Yes, thank you. Yeah, be real, be raw. I think that's what we need in social media nowadays. Like everything is so curated, so perfect, and I think that perfection is making us more imperfect. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, maybe we can open the floor up for any questions from the audience or from any online audiences. Anybody have any questions for Jeab about a Biennale or as an artist's approach
Or if you want
to
to share
sustainability?
anything.
Yeah.
Hi, thank you so much, and your work and impact is so interesting and great to learn from, and I feel so much better after the meditation that you did, Notep, so I'm much more relaxed, which I needed that. I was wondering exactly because you just said how we are obsessed with like being perfect and there is no room for vulnerability sometimes, and I wonder, in your perspective as an artist and someone who has a bigger platform, no, does that feel like a burden? And do you feel like sometimes within the creative industries, we don't know how to collaborate, or we don't know how to make people who have large platforms allies, or maybe expect that, oh, now you know everything, you have all these followers, you have to always say the perfect thing, you have to always post the right thing. So how do you navigate that situation, and what advice do you have to other artists who might be struggling with that?
To say that I have the answer to this would be a lie. I'm still struggling myself too, and especially that I have to use it for work. It's a burden to try to have to be like perfect all the time. Like what you said, it's a hard job to do. I still struggle myself, so I just try to have balance. I think balance is the key to everything. I try not to overthink too much and just use it when I have to. And when I don't have to, I just put it away and do some other stuff. Go to Biennale, go to festivals, dance, see art, go in nature. Yeah, just try to have balance, I think would be the answer for me.
Okay, anyone else? Yes. ตรงนี้เลยค่ะ
Hi. Question for Jeab. So at the end of presentations, you share with the challenge of sustainability in Chiang Rai province have no continuity plan for after Biennale, which is like very successful. And we both work in Ayutthaya and we've been doing a museum for 15 years. Our challenge is also like the continuity of policy of the city government, or even alone like the organization, local fine art department in Ayutthaya, they change director 3 times a year, some year. So every time we have to go there and to talk to about our project with the new director. And so this is occur not just only Chiang Rai, but all other part in Thailand. Do you foresee this sustainability problem that could change in the future, or how would we come together to tackle that issue in the national level or in the ground level?
Thank you so much for this wonderful question. I'm going to give this answer on the 30th of June, the session about the future of Thailand in the next 20 years. But I can give you a spoiler. I think this is the national problem, and it did not exist now. I think it exists since the birth of Thailand. Because as you know that our political situation is not stable. So we have been through so many turbulence, and that's kind of interpreted like the policy is also under turbulence, right? The only thing that I want to warn you is just fasten your seatbelt when you work with the government. It's always turbulent. But how to deal with that turbulence? I think so many people, especially Jeab, who was here, the director of CEAs, I asked him, like, how come you sustain yourself, working this government? I think they have like different species that you really have to practice your tolerance by meditation every day, right? I think when Thailand, if we have to wake up again in the next 50 years, we might be lucky that, you don't have to go to, talk about the same thing with 3 different directors, right? But the problem right now is like the unsustainable national policy, not only art and culture, it's happened everywhere. I think in every single unit of the same as BACC as well, right? We have to face this all the time. But how can we push this project, like push this kind of, long-term policy? It really have to change, in the mindset of the the politicians as well as the bureaucratic system. And I think right now, we have so many problems, in every single unit of our government. So it's tough. And I was so surprised that you still practice as the museum consultant for 2 decades, So we have to just persist what we do. And I wish you luck.
I want to know more.
To Queen Sirikit, right? On the
Yes.
30th. This is like advertising for Thakka program.
But maybe you can share a bit more. So what the Chiang Mai Biennale happened, it created a lot of movement within the communities and as well as the art communities, the local ones. So now that the Biennale has finished, a lot of the structures have been moved. Can you maybe share like what the communities have continued on to do once the festival was over?
Yeah, I think they're pretty shocked. For example, the artist community, like Chalerm Chai, right? He used his own money to build the museum. Like, we don't have a museum, build a museum, 60 million baht from his own pocket, right? And the museum, after the Biennale, they were like, wow, what are we gonna do with this museum? So they've been closed for 3 months. And this is like, they don't really know how to continue, right? Because all of the artists in the arts association, they're artists. They're not curators. And they're not hiring people like you guys, to run the museum. So I think this is such a lack, of information, even though they already have a building, right? So right now, and then on the other hand, people in Chiang Rai, especially some people, maybe they're up here, to sign the MOU with the TCDC. They plan to continue. And they call me like, okay, we might have some money, from the city budget that they want to continue the smaller version of the Biennale. This is the best. I was so happy, and I encouraged them like, yeah, I can help you. I mean, you write the proposal and you do something, especially like the project that has been totally involved a lot of people in 18 district, the parade. It was the heart, of the Biennale. And we were like, when we saw that, the parade, we were like we were crying. And we felt like the artists in that day, they were like, what are we gonna do? Because it's already perfect. I don't like to use this word, but it was so much like, in solidarity. Like, you feel that kind of vibrant and that cheerness, and all this, excitement of people who are in the same space. And we share what we want to be and how we can reinvent the city, because they call themselves an art city. What does that mean, right? If you think about Chiang Rai, before the Black House and the White Temple, no one know about this city. We always know the city as like Golden Triangle, drug trafficking, and all those kind of dark tourism. And after the artists returned home, so this is the only like 2-3 spaces in Chiang Rai that attract culture people. So the city that has both culture and nature, right? And I think this is a good combination. And then Thailand Biennale can kind of like, energize them and move Chiang Rai to the next level. And I was so happy that right now, it did not become only the top-down kind of initiative. After Thailand Biennale, the city itself, the local artists, they really wanted to push it off to another kind of direction. And I think it will be more sustained because they start with their own small budget and then they will continue. So, but I don't know how it's gonna be. So let's wait and see. But this is a good news, compared to the other city like Krabi and Korat. Yeah.
Thank you. So, so aside from creating sustainable policy, there's also this need to fill in the holes within the ecosystem of workers, of specialists, and everybody has to work together. So yes, there's lots more things to do. And okay, so maybe any last chance for any more questions, then maybe we'll wrap up this session.
Invite the first part back on stage so we can have a communal Q&A.
Oh, okay.
Connect with each other.
Okay, yes, please. Yes, please welcome back
on stage.
Yeah, Sofia, Mata, and Kunboค่ะ.
Yes.
BYC.
BYC.
Thank you so much. So we've heard from key, let's call them players of the creative world. So yeah, I'd like to open the floor back up to any questions, both online and here. Anybody? Well, I will take over and ask some questions. Okay, so I think in general, everybody knows the steps to being sustainable, to being aware of the environments. But perhaps maybe what may be interesting is if each of you can share an experience or an example that you believe and you've done and you've seen the results and it worked for you. And then maybe then that can be an inspiration or a small toolkit for them to then continue on. Maybe we can start with you.
Great, because now I can explain the story that I always explain. I'm becoming so boring, but you're a new audience, so bear with me. I think it was last year. I was attending Reeperbahn Festival. Reeperbahn Festival is a quite long-running festival that happens in Hamburg, in Germany. And they have the part of the music festival, and they also have a conference. And they had these safer spaces. We call them safer because let's say that the whole festival should be safe, but these spaces are just a little bit safer for women, for people from the queer community, for people with sensory issues. So I approached them, and they were delivering these little stickers, and they were forming a circle. And the circle said, it's a process, it's a process, it's a process, it's a process. And ever since, this sticker has been staying with me on my fridge because it is a process. Sometimes you can feel overwhelmed. Where should I start? Okay, I'm getting really awkward and bombarded by this information. I really don't know how to do it. Everybody's doing amazing. Look at the at Boom Festival. Look at Wonderfruit. And I don't know, I'm still using plastic. I'm such an awful person. It's a process. And I'm very sorry, but it doesn't get any better. It gets worse because the more you know. Okay, I've banned single-use plastics. Yeah, but what are you doing with the rest of things that you are not still upcycling? Okay, yeah, I have more women on stage. Yeah, but do you have women in your stuff? So it doesn't get any better. And at the same time, it's amazing that it is like this. It is a process. Never ends somewhere, never starts, never. This is how it is. So just jump into the pool. Whatever feels easy for you. If finding new food vendors is what you think that you can do today, start there. If you think that recycling your stages or having reusable cups is the easiest for you, start doing that. But don't feel overwhelmed because there are so many good practices. If you want to do everything at the same time, you will be blocked. So be aware of the fact that probably some people are doing worse than you are, and some people are doing way better. It's a process, it's a process, it's a process, it's a process.
No, let's jumble it.
No, well, I could say that picking it up just today, I was having this conversation with Marta, and now she remember that actually she brought this up to me about the being a process, because one of the things that I approached, and I said, well, at Boom, for example, we are trying to achieve, gender balance, and in certain areas it's complicated. So we do it not just with the team, but in the different stages. And what we find is that certain stages that have a certain type of music, there are not that many women actually doing that. And so I remember I approached Martin in that sense and saying, this is something that we really still need to work more on. And actually the feedback was exactly this. And it makes perfect sense. It is a process. And so just the fact there will be areas where we won't be able to make certain changes because of the energy for us, for example, it's something we want to change to hydrogen generators or try other techniques. We have nothing of this in Portugal. And so also having to bring that from from far countries, it's also complicated. So yeah, it really resonates with me is that there are many things that we might not be able to act upon, but we just need to start by the ones that we can. And yeah, every day a little bit more, it's already bringing us in the direction that we need to go.
And it's not a competition. Yeah. It's a collective community thing. Never call out someone for like doing something bad. Okay, yes, call out someone, but like don't make it too aggressive, you know? Instead, like be like, hey, use this instead. Don't be like, yeah, just, I don't know, like for me, always approach with like kindness and empathy is the best.
Also because the circumstances are very different between each organizer, in each country, in each region. The circumstances change a lot and they really dictate what we can or cannot do in that sense.
Yeah, I think that sets a really good tone, you know, the process and everything is work in progress. And it's, you know, it's life in general, you know, you can't just frame it in one solid box and just kind of like try for it or make the box bigger. Your challenges are gonna change. I mean, we've been doing Wonderfruit. It's gonna be out 9 years, and you think that, you know, every year you do it, it gets better. No, like new challenges arise, you know, things grows and things swap around. And I think that's a great continuation with what Jeab said earlier on the policies and relying on support. I think it's about being agile and being resilient. Know what inspires you and what drives you and stick to it, and the methodologies can adapt and develop from that. And you know, if you don't get the support that you need from outside, then it's about understanding your resources and how you play your cards, which is why camaraderie and partnerships are so important, because you can't do everything by yourself and you don't have all the resources that you need, but it's about, you know, creating that ecology and ecosystem and lending hand and having mutual interests and goals, and then formulating this, you know, X-Men team to just kind of like thrive for that. And I think the excellence come from that.
Last comment, I wish that we produce less waste in terms of art making. And, you know, not only the Biennale, the festival, but the museum. You see how much we struggle, you know, we wanted our artists and also the art handling team, you know, to recycle our temporary wall. So this is our problem in terms of institution. Yeah. So I think we really have to rethink about how to make the exhibition to be more sustainable.
Yeah, definitely. I think exhibition making, it creates a lot of waste because we put aesthetics first. Obviously, we're an art exhibition, but yes, we are reliant on new technologies, on how we can marry the two together, because at the same time, I think different practices shouldn't, lessen their quality either, and what they're trying to present in a form of an art exhibition. As I'm the director of the Bangkok Art and Cultural Center, we are sustainable by way of small budget. So we recycle our exhibition plans a lot. And I think that comes back to accessibility and different circumstances. And then it goes back to Susanna's point also of for different parts of the world to have this timeshare and being able to contribute to this conversation with our different accessibility circumstances, community spirit, and also national policy. So with that, thank you very much. Please join me to give a big round of applause for all 5 of our panelists. Thank you so much for sharing your expertise, your experience, and and I've had a great time chatting with you, and nice to meet you all. And we're on for our lunch break. I think I've been asked to repeat this again, that the lunches are on the 3rd and the 5th floor. Your cups are yours, so please keep using it. However, you have to return it by 3 o'clock today, so that they can then be washed for the next day. Thank you so much, and see you back in an hour. Thank you very much.
I'm Aloysius Michael. I'm Assistant Vice President of Operational Excellence for the Dusit Group. And one of the role that I do is sustainability, right? And this is very exciting for me to share because this is the first time I'm sharing this program in public. Okay, first time. So, you know, just in case it gets me fired, but okay, Tree of Life. We started our sustainability movement seriously in 2018, right? Prior to 2018, we had different practices but in different hotels and business units, and we took a step back and said, no, it has to be driven from the group perspective, right? When I say group, we have hotels, we have the food business, we have education, right? And we also have real estate amongst other businesses. So when we started this journey led by our group CEO and the grandson of the founder of the company, Kunsiradej Dunavnik, when we led this movement, we also felt that it should not just be a CSR initiative, right? It should be something that is involved in every aspect of what we do. It should be our way of life, right? And in order to recognize that, it needs to have its own identity, all right? And that's the reason why it was christened Tree of Life last year. Okay, why Tree of Life? The tree delivers different experiences for us, for our sustenance, right? Not just for humans, but for all beings on the planet, right? So it was christened last year, and I'll explain what it is all about. If we could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. Yeah, next one. So the Tree of Life was introduced to all hotels first. We are in the process of extending it to the rest of our business. And in the Tree of Life, of course, it is governed under the Environment, Social and Governance, ESG structure, right? There are 31 initiatives that we have introduced. Yep, the next slide will show you. Okay, sorry. The Tree of Life, their value proposition is to ensure that our intention and actions, right, coincide with what we do, right? Not just what we say, right? That's the value proposition we have worked on, right? And it's our commitment. The sustainability initiatives are something that we will drive and ensure is sustainable. And we want to recognize our businesses that do well and encourage those who struggle behind, right? The tagline that was just confirmed 2 weeks ago, so you're the first one to hear it, right, is Dusit's sustainable vision for a greener tomorrow, right? Next slide, please. So there are 31 criteria, and the 31 criteria are grouped under water, waste, energy and greenhouse gas emission, responsible consumption, right? People, community, collaboration, and public recognition, right? And you will see level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. So we didn't just want it to be something that our hotels adopt. We wanted it to be a friendly competition, right? So we have announced to all hotels that every hotel in the company must achieve level 1, the 8 basic criteria you see on the left. Ban vulnerable species, 8 species, food waste minimization, no single-use plastics in the front of house, waste segregation in every hotel, energy management, we have a tracking system, guest and staff well-being, against child trafficking and sexual exploitation, and community engagement, right? And for each of these elements, we have criteria, right? And all hotels need to fulfill it. And when they fulfill it, they will be given the One Leaf certification. And this certification will be on the hotel wall, yes, and on all websites to show the commitment we have. Level 2, 3, and 4 is for them to achieve on their own time. All right, next slide, please. So these are the details of the different 31 initiatives that we have. Right? And we have gone through extensive training for all of our hotels on what each of them is, including we are looking at, if you look at 31, we are looking at working with World Travel and Tourism Council for a public certification program as well. So it's not just our program, but an internationally recognized program as well. Yeah. So since we started last year, some of our hotels have worked very hard. For example, my colleague here, Vas, who's the Cluster General Manager for Asai Hotel in Chinatown and Sathorn, they are one of the pioneers of our program. If you go to the next slide, please, right? So this is some of the things that we have already done, having Asai pioneer, right? Simple Acts to Save Planets, our water recycling program, linen program in every single hotel, right? You know, the utensils that we use for takeaway, even the way we present our amenities, there are no more single-use plastics, single pumps and so on have been introduced. Next slide, please. Right, and our organic garden in the center of Asai Bangkok Chinatown. It's not just to see, right? They also have a program where, you know, we take the organic growth and use it as part of our kitchen, right? We produce salads and so on, and we have engagement where guests can do that themselves, DIY salad programs and so on. We don't provide water bottles in the guest rooms. They can help themselves to filtered water, right? Some of the initiatives that we put forth in Chinatown, next slide, please. I'm working against the 5 minutes, yeah, right? Right. And we also do various programs in many hotels. One of those pioneers, again, Asai Chinatown, on how to recycle waste, right? So ensure that it's a full cycle, right? And the next slide, which I think is my last slide. Yeah, this one just happened, right? It's not just about, you know, what we do in the hotels. We have just launched this program in Oman last year. We have adopted a school that has disabled individuals, right? We have adopted 5 of them. We train them in different departments in the hotel, and we have offered employments to them, right? And at this moment, we are already training the next batch. And in our hotel, Dusit Princess in Kathmandu, we also have hired 3 individuals who are physically challenged in our kitchen as well, right? And this is being introduced to different. So these are part of the inclusive society initiatives that we are doing. And there are a lot more initiatives that has been started this way. You'll hear about it as we grow. But we are very shy people. You won't hear it in public yet. Yeah, we will make more noise next year. But these are some of the things that we have started, right? And I hope that we will do a lot more bigger initiatives and we'll be able to share it with you. Thank you. That's all I have. I think I'm done, right? Yeah. I'm Singaporean, so I fulfill my criteria. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you so much, Aloysius, and thank you for being a great partner to this conference. Yes, as I mentioned before, we are also collecting more data about companies and initiatives that can help making events greener and more sustainable in general. The QR codes here on the side, and like something like your hotel is an example of yes, companies that we are looking for. Also, just one quick thing that I forgot to mention before, because it was on the slide, Precious Plastic. Is an initiative here from Bangkok that is upcycling plastic waste, and the tables you see here were borrowed from Precious Plastic, and also over there, and the chair here, actually, this beautiful chair. Okay, so this leads us to our second segment of the conference, best practices in various creative industries. I would like to welcome our moderator again, Kong Kim from the BACC, to take over and moderate the second segment. Thank you very much.
Hello, good afternoon. I hope you're all full from lunch and caffeinated for this session. Hello online, can you give us a signal that you can hear us? Panelists online, can you give us a signal that you can hear us, please? Yep. Okay, thumbs up. All right, okay, so welcome to the best practices session. Again, we have another interesting group of panelists. In this segment, the focus will be on identifying and sharing different practices in sustainability across sectors, whilst highlighting innovative approaches and sharing successful initiatives. Today's speakers, we have Alison Tickell from Julie's Bicycle UK. We have Hannah Hofbauer from Green Events Austria. We have Kim Craxon from Gallery Climate Coalition and Key Culture Germany and USA. So
Great, thank you so much, Kim. As I was just saying, and as you might have noticed, I'm not Alison. I am standing in for Alison today. My name is Chiara, but I also work at Julie's Bicycle and have done that for the last 11.5 years. So if you don't know who Julie's Bicycle is, we are a UK-based not-for-profit mobilising the arts and culture to take action on the climate, nature and justice crisis. We were founded by the UK music industry in 2007, but now work across arts and culture, both in the UK and also with lots of partners internationally. Our starting point has always been that the climate crisis is a cultural crisis, and that the arts, the creative industries, cultural heritage have an exponential capacity to lead transformative change, but also that organizations and artists need to be the change. So we work on the whole system of the arts and creative sector, understanding that it's about how we do culture and not just about the message. And that means working at every level of the cultural and creative ecosystem, from freelancers and artists to grassroots groups and networks, to businesses and institutions and cultural policymakers and funders. So we really try to combine the cultural and environmental expertise. So we're shaping climate action by the creative community, with the creative community and for the creative community. I'll go through a few case studies from our work over the years. Two of them are quite European in perspective, but the principles are always the same. It's what are the conditions for change that we have to create? So the first example is something called powerful thinking, where back in 2011, we brought together festival organizers and power suppliers in the UK around that challenge of how would we decarbonize the tens of thousands of litres of diesel that are used every year at greenfield music festivals in the UK. So powerful thinking was born as a steering group from across the festival sector. We started off by doing some really simple initial monitoring of generators at a few festivals, and we found they were oversized for what they were powering, meaning we were wasting lots of fuel. Energy systems weren't designed for efficiency. Sometimes generators were running without powering anything at all. Festival organizers didn't know what to ask for from their power providers. And those power providers who were engaged were frustrated because often by the time they were brought in, there was little they could do. So we also interviewed people throughout the festival ecosystem to understand what the levers of change were. And that resulted first in 2012 and then a second edition in 2017, a powerful thinking guide, which had everything in it, including fact sheets on how you work with food traders, what you ask your energy suppliers, what the options are for low carbon and battery and hybrid power at festivals. And it helped to change that conversation on energy for outdoor events, both in the UK festival industry and beyond. So that guide and its findings were translated into Catalan, into Dutch and French, and ultimately led to a Europe-wide project on energy efficiency in live music production called e-music. And that ran from 2013 to 2015, looking at festivals, but also clubs and music venues. And we worked in partnership with people like the Elevate Festival in Austria, the Green Music Initiative in Germany. We ran workshops in more than 20 countries. And crucially, we raised lots of important questions for the supply chain. So not just how festivals could work differently, but also what are our options for replacing diesel generators? So some very smart people who attended the e-music workshop in Amsterdam went on to found a startup company that provides huge mobile batteries to events, and now also to construction sites. So we've got this action that's rippling beyond the creative sector. Some other really excellent people who were involved in powerful thinking from the start went on to found That Concepts, who are providing lots of detailed power planning to festivals, and now are also working with Coldplay on their tour sustainability. And finally, the Powerful Thinking Steering Group turned into the Vision 2025 Network for Outdoor Event Climate Action in the UK, and continues to collectively work now on waste reduction and circular resource use, on road mapping, what the UK festival sector has to do, and working with local authorities to look at how we can write environmental conditions into the rules that they have for the events that they host and license. The second program I want to briefly talk about is something called Creative Climate Leadership, which is a transformation program and a global collective of creative change makers who are committed to taking action on the climate, nature and justice crisis through the arts and culture. And for that program, we bring together each edition sort of around 24 participants, initially for a residential of 5 days, and then they join a supportive network of international CCL alumni. And where possible, we also give them seed grants and financial support to help kickstart small projects. And creative climate leadership grew out of a few things. So when we started the program in 2016, none of the major cultural leadership transformation programs at the time had climate and ecology as a priority. Most of them barely touched on it at all. So when we think about the scale of the change that needs to happen in the next 2 decades, which means that every job has to be a climate job, that was a huge gap and a misalignment in values and disconnection with what was happening around us. The other reason we started CCL is that while we are lucky enough at JB to meet creative people committed to climate action everywhere and every day, the people who were doing the work often felt really isolated and alone, and that meant we were losing really good people because that kind of leadership of making change can be hard. And we wanted to create a space for all this emergent practice to be recognized. So how could we create a program and a network that would build that community, bring people together working across different art forms, lived experiences, and from across the cultural ecosystem, from artists to funders, to think about what systems change for the arts looked like. And so we now have 250 creative climate leaders working in 30 countries. Again, they work across all art forms, working from climate justice activists to steering decarbonization strategies at multinational creative industries businesses, curators who are doing massive public artworks to sound artists and game theater designers. So it's a library of sort of culture-based climate action in a massive community. And the last program I want to touch on is our work with Arts Council England. So that started in 2012, the environmental program. It was a world first policy intervention from the Arts Council England to make environmental reporting and planning a condition of the cultural funding they were giving to organizations. And we worked with the Arts Council to help implement that, to both reduce the carbon footprint of the sector and also work with the sector to build the understanding and skills at scale. So part of it has been the carbon reporting, and part of it has been a huge program of training and environmental literacy development. So we started off very broad around what are the basics we need to know. And then over time, I've done deep dives into different areas around sustainable production, cultural buildings, climate justice, governance, and now adaptation. So that's really built the literacy and confidence and leadership skills of cultural professionals. So giving people the agency to act. And it's also helped build sort of a 12-year data set of environmental impact in the UK arts sector. And we can demonstrate through that measurable reductions in carbon emissions. And the impacts of the program are also beyond the carbon. So into governance, things like 66% of the 800-ish organizations now formally recognize environmental responsibilities in job roles, and that's up from 44% even just 5 years ago. Or 3/4 of the portfolio have produced or programmed work exploring environmental themes. And that, again, that's up from about half of the organizations even just 5 years ago. So I think the point of this is that this is quite a light touch policy intervention, but it's helped the sector build an evidence base of data and of stories, and that's helping other policymakers and funders, including in other countries, go even more ambitious through the learning that we've had here. So more recently, JB, we've been working with the Arts Council in Ireland to help shape their strategy, and also consulting with and having conversations with other arts councils around the world who are looking to introduce similar policy programs. And so again, these are just a few examples of the way that we work. I think we try to follow this idea of identifying where the gaps are, then co-designing solutions with the creative community, finding ways to pilot them, adapting what needs to be adapted, sharing, scaling, and then beginning again with something new. So really looking at change as a system. How do we work on creating those conditions for change from the people and skills, the knowledge and evidence, the supply chain, or demonstrating or piloting different ways of working, and finally the sort of policy, funding, and governance structures that actually enable us to do the work. And if anyone is interested in the broader scale as well, we're doing a lot of work on advocating for the importance of the cultural sector in the climate space. So we're working with some great friends like the Climate Heritage Network to also look at what it's going to take to put culture right at the heart of climate policy, so that climate and environmental policymakers also understand all the culture-led climate action that's happening already and everything that we're already doing. And I will stop there.
Hi, Kara. Thank you so much for sharing the ways of Julie's bicycle work. And am I correct to understand that you are like a consultancy agency who help to provide information and connect different organizations to possible pathways to creating a policy for sustainability?
That's one of the things we do. So because we're a charity, our work sort of spans different areas. Some of it is direct consultancy, some of it is research that we commission, some of it is building networks for peer exchange, knowledge and learning sharing. Again, so really looking at every level, what needs to happen, how do we work with cultural funders, but also how do we give freelancers the tools that they need to make change in the work that they're doing. So again, kind of seeing culture itself as a system.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Actually, I'm not aware of any kind of agency like that that exists, at least within Southeast Asia. Well, are you able to share a little bit more about how Julie's Bicycle was founded?
Yes, so I think we were founded out of the UK music industry. In part, we had climate legislation coming in the UK. In part, there was a bit of an upswing of, I think, climate anxiety following the release of Al Gore's An Inconvenient Truth back in 2007. And also at the time that the music industry was coming together to put on the Live Earth shows, these big global events to raise climate awareness. And I think behind the scenes, there was a recognition from the music industry itself that just putting artists on stage and asking them to talk to their fans wasn't enough, that actually the structure of the industry and the way we were working would also have to change to give people the courage and to enable them to speak out from a place of confidence. I think we just heard from Aloysius about, being a bit shy, even as a hotel, on everything that they're doing. And so part of all of this work is how can we make sure that we get over that shyness? How can we create a framework that enables everyone to step forward and speak confidently, because that's what we're going to need over the next 10 years if we're really going to meet the climate crisis head on.
Yeah, thank you for the invite. I'm thrilled to be here virtually. I'm sure it's much more enjoyable in person, but I'm here in Berlin, Germany. And yeah, again, I'm thrilled to be a part of this conversation.
Okay, great. So please share with us about Gallery Climate Coalition and Key Culture. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, I'm gonna switch over to my presentation in a moment where I introduce the organizations very briefly, but just a little bit about myself and how I became involved with the organizations. I'm a conservator, so an art conservator. I work with modern materials and contemporary art, and worked for 8 years in artist Olafur Eliasson's studio here in Berlin, which a lot of his work focuses on climate change, and started researching materials. So I'm heavily material focused. I approach sustainability more so from the lens of materials, and also the intersection of materials and humanitarian issues and material procurement. So that's just a little bit of background about me. And let me go ahead and fumble through the screen share. Yeah, so I'm going to speak today about some sustainability initiatives in the visual art sector, and hopefully we find some crossover into other sectors, because there are many. But before we start with that, I'm going to introduce the organizations that I work with. So the first one is Key Culture. And Key Culture was founded also by an art conservator, Caitlin Southwick, in 2019 or so. She was working in conservation, was very sort of disturbed by the amount of waste and resources that is generated and used by the excuse me, museum sector. And so she started a nonprofit that works to unite museums and sustainability. I linked up with her in around 2020. I worked on the Waste and Materials Key Book. There's also a Social Sustainability Key Book and Energy Key Book. So these three, they're free online sustainability guides, were published in 2020. I have to say the waste and materials, at least from my perspective, is a little bit outdated. I'm working on an edited version, updated version, but these are easy to follow step-by-step guides for museums in particular to reduce their environmental impact. However, I think that there's useful information for other sectors as well. So these guides cover areas of energy usage, materials, and then there's the social sustainability that covers issues of diversity, inclusion, and accessibility, as well as decolonizing museums. And then from there, Caitlin started the Key Futures program, which is a training program for museum professionals that developed out of key culture and tackles a lot of sort of museum-specific environmental concerns, but in particular climate control in the museum, which is again something very specific to that sector. Then we have GCC. Sorry, I'm lagging here. GCC. And GCC was founded in 2020 by a group of London galleries. And the primary aim of GCC is to reduce the visual arts sector's CO2 emissions by a minimum of 50% and reach near zero waste by 2030. So to achieve this, GCC provides best practices, action guidelines on the website, in travel, shipping, energy, green teams, digital waste, packaging, gallery spaces, and finances. But GCC is most known for a free carbon calculator. So the concept behind this is, to know where to make changes in your organization and know how to reduce the carbon emissions, you first need to know where they're coming from. So with this free carbon calculator, you can see, for example, here we have two galleries. So Kate McGeary's gallery, for example, and located in London, most of their emissions came from travel. So that means, personnel traveling around the world for art fairs, for meetings, studio visits, etc. So in 2019, they knew that they needed to focus on the travel aspect of their carbon emissions. And travel less by plane, for example, which I know that they have implemented. And Hauser & Wirth, a huge international gallery, most of their CO2 emissions comes from shipping artwork. And I know I'm working on a few projects with them at the moment. They are also implementing a lot of strategies to reduce that impact. So these are the ways that the carbon calculator is extremely useful in the visual arts sector. There's also a updated version coming out very soon with a couple materials and is a bit more specific. I think they're planning on releasing it in a few months. So anyone interested in carbon reporting and measuring your carbon impact, keep an eye out for that. Some other things that I've done with GCC, we went to the Frieze London in 2022. So it's a huge art fair for those of you who are not familiar. International art fair in London that brings over 160 international galleries together to exhibit and sell mostly contemporary artworks. And we went in and sort of looked at the materials and circulation at the fair. As you can see from these photos that I took during the install, there is an obscene amount of discarded single-use plastic. Well, it's not discarded yet, but it was discarded after the install. And this is very common at art fairs and also in exhibition making. So this plastic, in particular, these soft plastics, are not easily recyclable. And all of this plastic was most likely incinerated after the fair. So we helped the Freeze London to sort of rethink their need for this plastic and also implement better waste management strategies on site. And that leads to exhibition making, which there's a focus on both the carbon emissions, but also the materials used in exhibition making. As you just saw with the Freeze Art, the Freeze London Art Fair photos, there's a tremendous amount of waste that's generated from exhibition making, and also oftentimes exhibition making incorporates like hazardous materials and materials that are toxic not only to the environment but also to humans. So there's really sort of a push to reduce carbon emissions, but also the sort of toxic hazardous materials and waste that's generated from exhibition making. So for example, this is a climate impact report from Artist Commit for an exhibition by Pipi Lati Rees. And this, the climate impact report from Artist Commit, which is a sort of sister organization of GCC and Key Culture. The climate impact report is designed to give artists and collaborators greater insight into the climate impact of the projects on which they work, also to provide a framework for dialogue within the project team and to promote a practice of transparency of climate impact within the visual arts sector. Sorry, there's a bit of an echo there. So this one focused solely on carbon emissions. The exhibition generated 214.5 tons of carbon dioxide equivalents. So this is calculated from all of the travel, art transport, materials, and energy required to assemble and present this exhibition. And just to put this into context, so the equivalent of the 214.5 tons of CO2 is 46.2 gasoline-powered cars driven per year for 1 year, 237,000 pounds of coal, and almost 42 homes electricity use for 1 year. But then also with exhibition making, as I was getting back to the material usage, you can see, curators typically design exhibitions, specifically the floor plan changes, there's temporary walls used, and there's a fairly high turnover of this in galleries and exhibition spaces and museums. And the issue with these temporary walls is they're made from drywall and plaster, and this emits hydrogen sulfide in the landfill and is considered a hazardous waste and requires a very specific treatment plants. So there's interest now in implementing some principles of the circular economy, which I hope is being discussed today at some point in depth. So the circular economy, one of the core sort of principles of the circular economy is to design out waste before it happens. So this is a image taken from the Guggenheim Bilbao, a presentation I saw there. Just took one of their presentation slides, where they reuse the floor plan multiple times. So instead of tearing down the walls and rebuilding the exhibition spaces for each new exhibition, they're forcing their curators to reuse the same layout for multiple exhibitions and plan around that, which it doesn't sound like it's doing a lot, but it is, and it's sort of gaining traction in other museums as well. And then we have just, designing out waste, just the concept of using reusable modular systems in exhibition making. So there's, temporary walls that storage is always an issue, but there's also walls that can be rented. So there's strategies around this as well. Then there's also materials. So innovative materials that have sort of entered into the scene a few years ago, I would say, but this is Honex, which is made with industrial residual fibers from paper making and cardboard. And it's, non-toxic. It is biodegradable, even though, it's a questionable term anyhow. but I know a lot of museums are looking towards using these types of materials in place of the drywall and plaster. Then we also have very problematic materials in exhibition making and also in the commercial sector for wall text. So it's not just wall text, but also decals for windows, for storefronts, for events. They're typically made out of vinyl, so PVC, and it's an incredibly toxic material to both humans and the environment in its production, use, and disposal. The EPA, so the Environmental Protection Agency in the US, calls vinyl the poison plastic. And there's many people who believe that vinyl is going to be banned at a certain point in time. So we have some innovations also coming from artists in the sector. Jessie French is an Australian artist who developed an algae plastic replacement for vinyl wall text that is completely circular. So any sort of discarded cutoffs can be melted down and reconstituted in a sheet. She is working with Aesop in Australia and all their storefronts. I have some samples of the plastic at my house, and it's an amazing sort of innovation. So it's very exciting to see these developments as well. Then we have shipping and crating, and as I mentioned before, it's one of the largest contributors in the visual arts sector to CO2 emissions. So there's been a move to use sea freight instead of air freight, and you can see this is a graphic from GCC. The CO2 comparison of sea freight to air freight from London to Hong Kong when transporting a single painting. So the savings in CO2, there's been other case studies, is up to 90% less CO2 emissions from using sea freight as opposed to air freight. Then we have, of course, the plastic problem. I don't think I need to go too in depth about this, but all of the materials that we use in the visual arts sector to ship artworks, in conservation, in exhibition making, none of these plastics are recycled. They more or less are incinerated or shipped elsewhere. It's a massive problem that's sort of, swept under the rug. So the issue in the art sector is we need to use these plastics often to safely ship artworks. So this is an image from when I was working at Olafur Eliasson's studio, packing an artwork just like totally filled with polyurethane foam. Tyvek, which is a plastic material, is like wrapping the entire artwork. And instead of trying to reinvent the wheel, was sort of redesigning the crates, right? So the concept was switching out some of the materials for paper-based products. There's braces that are lined with foam, as opposed to using just giant bricks of foam. And this significantly reduced the amount of the petrochemical plastics that are used in shipping this artwork. So it's really about redesigning, rethinking. There's also reusable crates that people are using more frequently from Rockbox and Turtle. There's other companies as well that are coming out with reusable crates, and it seems to it's a safe way to transport art. They're reusable indefinitely. The broken pieces and components can be switched out. So this is also a very sort of exciting innovation in the art sector. Then we have artists combating the climate crisis. Combating the climate crisis. I can't go too much into detail because there's so much being done by artists, but I wanted to highlight a project that I worked on with artist DeVille Cohen, who's also one of the co-founders of Artist Commit. And what we did was looked at the materials he used to construct his kinetic sculpture that is powered by solar panels, and sort of like looked into not only the carbon footprint, which is, I think, the go-to when we're trying to figure out the sustainability metrics of anything, and dove into the supply chains, looked at humanitarian issues, end of life management of materials, and sort of came to this conclusion that all materials have an environmental burden, and it's not a matter of categorizing the materials we use as good or bad for the environment, but rather understanding the varied consequences and potential benefits of choosing one material over another. So there's always a negotiation in material procurement. And I wanted to end this little short talk with a video that DeVille made from his sculpture that sort of just, shows the categories of the materials that he used. We kind of grouped them into petroleum-based, mined extracted materials. The wording. The process from natural sources. So this is natural raw materials, but then it's engineered somehow, and then also renewable materials. So with that, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you all very much for your attention, and I look forward to our discussion later.
Thank you so much. It's really quite interesting with the kind of knowledge that you guys are sharing, Kim. You touched a little bit about having to negotiate with either galleries or artists in terms of choosing different material for packing artwork. Have you ever had any really violent pushbacks from artists in terms of artwork safety, integrity, and the handling of the artwork? Since, I'm sure they may be used to a certain level of quality and they will question these alternative materials. And how do you then bridge this and provide both artists and galleries and all handlers with the correct type of information to make better choices?
Okay, sorry to interrupt. Yeah, no, that's a great question. And it's funny because I work in the field of, or the nexus between sustainability and visual art sectors. So most of the artists that I come into contact with and most of the galleries that I work with are all working towards this aim. So there's not much pushback in that sense. The galleries are very eager to try new materials out. Of course, there's testing procedures. The pushback is from museums. The pushback is from museums needing, again, being stewards of cultural heritage or tangible cultural heritage. There is more pressure, especially on conservators, to ensure the longevity of our cultural heritage and artworks. And so, the way around that is, I'm working on a research project this summer with the museums in Berlin of, thoroughly vetting the alternative materials and providing protocols for their use within the museum sector. And the aim is to sort of, the materials themselves are going to shift the museum standard, hopefully, because there's just no way that we can continue, with these practices as they are. So there needs to be a shift. And so, it's basically coming up with testing and protocols and reassuring that, to be completely honest as well, the traditional materials that we use in packaging artworks also fail. There's 80 to 90% of all insurance claims are through transport damage in the art world. So the traditional packaging is also not working. As it's not foolproof in that sense. And I like to always bring this up because then it makes you think there is room to test new methods and materials out.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you, Kim. So we'll come back to you a bit later as a group discussion. So now we have Hannah online. Hi, Hannah.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me too?
Yes. How are you?
Perfect.
Thank you for joining us.
I'm good. So we had some technical issues before, so I hope this works out fine. But if there's a little bit of a hiccup, just so you know, it's a technical issue.
No problem.
So,
okay, well then let's get into it.
Yes, so thanks for the invitation. I visited Thailand last year. I had the chance to see Bangkok in real life. This year it wasn't possible, but yes, so my name is Hannah Hofbauer. I'm a sustainability consultant and my main clients are events. I have sports events and culture events, and meetings are kind of the main categories of events. But I also work with tourism, organizations, gastronomy, restaurants, and all of that. So there's really a broad spectrum of kind of companies that we work with, and my main expertise is in waste management. And today I'm bringing you a case study from Austria, where we have a nationwide program, which is called Green Events Austria, to kind of network and connect all of the regional stakeholders in the green event sector. So yeah, maybe we can start the presentation.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you. Particular situation, we're very lucky that there is a lot of effort in the country in the green events sector. Next slide, please. We have a bunch of beautiful events in Austria, a lot of cultural events as well as sports. Some of you might be familiar with our tradition of skiing, but on the next slide, you can also see that events come with problems. As you are all aware of, this is just an example of a big football game, which we like to use as an example. It's just a huge amount of resources that are used up. But on next slide, please. Not all resources are used in the same way, or it just depends on the impact category. You kind of have different impacts and categories. And of course, this will vary for an event. If you compare a small cultural event in your region to an international football game, let's say, it's gonna vary, but the main impact category is usually the mobility, either of the guests or transportation could also be a big factor. And then you have kind of lodging and catering. So, you know, there's just different impacts in terms of CO2 emissions. Next slide, please. So this is all a big issue, but as Megan Jones, who is kind of a pioneer in the green event sector, said, you know, no events is no fun. So how do we fix this in Austria? Next slide, please. So this is just a short overview over what we do. We are a nationwide Austrian platform, and Green Events Austria has existed since 2006. It's borne by all federal states. We have 9 federal states in Austria and 3 ministries at this point. So we have the Ministry of Climate, of Sports and Culture, and of Foreign Affairs that join us and kind of carry this initiative. And the main goals are to promote sustainable event concepts, but we also offer free consulting services. So events can just call me and I will try to redirect them either to materials, information, give them some first assessment of what they can do, what kind of, maybe there is a funding available for them and all of that. Yeah, and there's a bunch of events that we also host for information purposes. Next slide, please. Yeah, we have these 9 federal states, and every federal state has their own program, which is great because the consultants in each region are really well connected to their network of caterers and locations and all of that, which you all need. Can also be a bit confusing sometimes, but that's just how it developed naturally. So we connect all of these regional programs and facilitate an exchange. Next slide. Yeah, our activities. So the main thing that I want to point out today is that we in Austria have developed a common set of principles or minimum requirements for green events. And before, in my introduction, I talked about the CO2 impact, but even though these are important to keep in mind, there are so many different kinds of ecological impact categories, and we also try to include social aspects, as we think this is part of sustainability. I'm sure that a lot of you are familiar with the 3-pillar concept, which also includes the social dimension aside from the economic and the ecological dimension. We also provide input for legal requirements. So for example, for waste management laws in federal states. And Green Events Austria is actually part of the current government program, where they use our common principles as a basis for saying this is how it should be done in this government period, and we hope that this will continue. So notably, the ministries, especially the climate ministry, has long made efforts to, for every single one of their own events to be carried out with a certain green event standard, because the Austrian ministries think that they should lead by example. Yeah, so this is really a good thing that we have there. And then, yeah, as I said, there's a hotline. And what we also do is we have pilot projects, similar to the other ladies that came before me. Yeah, pilot projects are kind of experimentation labs where we try to achieve a certain green event standard in a context where it's rather difficult. For example, it's a big outdoor event with a lot of partners, because usually the more partners you have, if they aren't as experienced, the more difficult it is. And if it's outside, it's also more difficult. Exactly. And then we also do international cooperations. Next slide, please. Yes, this is my most important slide. I think I try to think about what are the success factors in Austria. Why is this initiative working well? So I think the common framework that we have for the country kind of helps us talk about the same thing when we talk of sustainability. However, of course, these principles are tailored to our context. For example, in Austria, we have a very good waste management system that is legally installed. We don't have a lot of waste that goes to landfill. So we're kind of like making use of this to have really high standards for our waste management. Of course, it can have exceptions, especially with outdoor festivals. That can be a big issue. And the regional programs are also, I think, very important, because the consultants in the regions that are paid for by the state or by some, yeah, it's part of the initiative in Austria, know the region, they know the actors, they know the legal regulations on events, but they also know where to get stuff. Essentially, they know what caterers are experienced with green event principles, right? And all of this makes it a lot easier to implement an event when you know the right people, when you have partners that know what you need of them. So yeah, we have been seeing, especially since the pandemic, an increase in demand for consulting services. And in Austria, we also have a government managed eco-label for green events, which is unique in the EU to this state. Germany is also in the process of implementing a label like this for events, but this is, as far as I know, is one of its kind. You can think of it kind of as the organic label as you have on products, only that it is for events. And the reason why it works is because the criteria are transparent in the sense that everybody can Google them and look them up and see what does it mean to have this label. So the last thing is that we have, oh, sorry. Yes, this is, yeah, on the slide still. We also have efforts to showcase good practice solutions. For example, we have a contest. I will translate the name of the contest. It's called Winning Sustainably. And every year we try to showcase cultural events, sports events, and festivities that are especially innovative and inspiring to kind of set the bar. We have had this contest for many years now, and it works really well. It is received very well. And I think a contest like this is really good to just show what is possible, because a lot of times you just need to, maybe in your specific situation, you're not an expert on, I don't know, a certain thing on materials management or on reuse, and then you know someone who has a similar event and you can ask them, how did you solve this problem? So this is really good for just sharing knowledge and networking. And also as a kind of recognition is nice for the people who put a lot of effort into making greener events to just celebrate their success also. A big challenge for us is that can be a confusion between the regional programs and the Austrian eco-label, and we try to work at this, but it's very difficult. We expect this to change in the future because of EU regulation that is going to be more strict in terms of how you can communicate about your sustainability standards. So we expect there to be some changes due to the Green Deal. And certain kinds of events are less equipped to achieve certain standards. Most of the time, though, it's due to motivation of leadership. I would say, in my experience, if leadership is motivated, then a lot more things become possible. And then we also see an increased demand for CO2 reporting, which I know is controversial because some people think it's not shouldn't be the focus. And it's also very difficult because the main, as I showed in the introduction, a lot of times the main CO2 source is mobility, which is also a lot of the time the hardest to report because you have to ask the participants how they got to the event, which can be easy in a B2B meeting, can be very difficult when you have a large cultural event. Okay, next slide, please. Yes, I'm just going to, so we have a bunch of services. I'm going to skip over this slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, we have all of these publications. Next slide. I'm going to wrap up soon. This is the contest that I already talked about, and you can win prize money, which is provided by sponsors. And then I want to come to the last point. Next slide. And then the next slide. Yes, these are the pillars that we understand are important for green events. So it's a lot of different things. I think the main thing that we have in Austria that is really helpful is we have a common framework, because you know, you can forget about a certain thing or think that it's less important, but we really try to take a holistic approach. And as I said, also include social responsibility into our framework, which I think is really important. Yeah, so thanks. So I have some more slides if you're interested in the eco-label or links or whatever. This is also translated in English. These are just descriptions of all of the things we think are important and necessary. So if you're interested in more information, let me know. And thanks so much for your attention.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Hannah. I think what you have shown us is an example of green policies and practices at a national level. Do you remember a time when Austria did not have any of these things implemented? Basically, how long did it take from the day that such policies did not exist or enforced to today?
That is a really good question. So as you can maybe tell, I'm pretty young. So I have actually not witnessed consciously a time before we had most of the things we have now. But I can tell you that it has taken a long time to build, to come to this level. So the competition, for example, that we have for sustainable events, it started in 2006, 2008. And now, you know, it's been decades. It has taken us decades to come to this level. And it's also taken just a lot of networking and finding people. And we also go through government changes, right? Governments change, so the degree of interest and funding changes, actors change. Sometimes a new event starts catching fire for this topic, and then it just also impacts the industry. So it's taken us a long time because, you know, which is also a good thing, but it kind of has to, you have to chip away at it, I guess. Yeah. And also the coming to a common understanding of what is a green event in Austria was a very difficult process. I was not involved personally because it was before my time, but everybody always says that it was so difficult, even just between the 9 federal states. But when an agreement was reached, it was really a great success, because we've continued to kind of build and expand from this point. So yeah, it just takes a long time. It takes a long time. Patience.
Thank you so much. Okay, can we have all 3 participants on screen? Okay, hi guys. Hi Kiara, hi Kim and Hannah. So maybe we'll start the Q&A session. Are there any questions from the audience, or any online audiences that may have any questions? Yes.
Hello. So first of all, I want to give huge props to Austria, or also the home to a environmental minister who has the guts and the balls to go against the political party and voted for the restoration law. I don't know if you've seen it, but like, it is a really good example for like how important one individual person can be in a system when it just sticks to its belief, doesn't matter which consequences. So this is the introduction to a political question, sorry. So what happened 2 weeks ago is that on EU level, a major EU law has been passed, which is now legalized. It's the EU restoration law. So that means 20% of the forest and the land has to be given back to nature. And it had huge backlashes, and it was in its final trilogue, and it was about 1 vote left. So we have 705 members of the European Parliament, and it was the environmental minister of Austria who voted against the lead of her party, and she did it anyway because she said, like, okay, otherwise, you know, my nieces will come back and kick me in the butt when I don't do anything for the environment. And and it was Austria. So I just wanted to give props to whom is props to, but also as an example, especially looking at the upcoming elections for the UK and whatever we have going on in France, and also what the referral we had in what's happening in Thailand, also political. We are talking arts and culture, creative industry. We're talking climate, and in between is politics. So more question to you, like for you in your work, is because you work with institutions, you're blocked by policies and politics, how you interact with them. Is that even a question for you? Or like, what is your reality? Maybe starting with the UK, because you have election coming up, but like, these are decision makers. We, on the one side, we can do whatever we want to, but we are getting blocked on a higher level. So how do you interact with politicians?
Yeah, I can speak to that. I think for us, policy and politics are central to a lot of the work we do. It's not always forefronted, but behind the scenes, I think absolutely recognizing that, you know, what policy does, it sets the rules across what is permitted, what is allowed, what is not allowed, where does the resource go, what can happen. So if we change those rules, then a lot of change follows. So I think in the UK, when Julie's Bicycle was first started, we were in a very positive political environment. The UK at the time was going to be the first country in the world to bring in a climate change law, the Climate Change Act, which was passed in 2008. And that momentum is actually what helped also Julie's Bicycle when we were first established to create that recognition among the arts and culture of how are we going to respond to this legislation. I think we have seen some of that early momentum be much less strong in the last few years. But I think the way we try to work with policymakers is recognizing that for anyone to feel confident in standing up and making a decision or taking a stand, they have to have the evidence, and they have to feel like they are supported by the community that they in some way represent. So that's for us been really important in all the work that we've done with the arts and culture sector, is to show to the policymakers in culture, but also in climate and environment, that the sector, in terms of the people, the institutions, the artists, they are here and they are doing the work and they want more from you. You are not going to be in conflict with the arts organizations and with the artists if you become more ambitious on climate action, because people are here already. And that is the whole purpose of things like our Creative Climate Leadership Programme. It's sort of to build that energy for more ambition. And again, that's really a thread. It's surfacing, it's showing, it's demonstrating that people are here. And I think, you know, as with all things, sometimes you also have to work around power to get to where you need to go. But where we can, we try to change that power. I hope that answers the question.
Helen or Kim want to comment?
I mean, I can say
you want to go first?
I don't. I just yelled at myself. I work very internationally, so it's not necessarily tied to one country or another. I also feel like in my line of work as a conservator and being so hyper focused on materials and what individual organizations can do. There isn't, for me personally, that much of a discussion of policy. However, I know GCC, and again, this is also within sort of the specific to the arts sector. It's not policy per se, but you know, to be an active member at GCC, one of the requirements is publishing like a climate statement or environmental statement for your organization. And demonstrably making change, and it's not, you know, it's not something that you can add to your website that you're a member of GCC. It's like very strict, very strictly regulated who actually can be an active member at GCC. So in that way, that it is influencing policy slightly, like within the organizations. I know that there's also this sort of underlying aim of lobbying or using the collective sort of voice of the members of GCC to enact new policy. You know, for example, you know, I talked about art fairs earlier, and everyone's doing so much work to like green these art fairs, and then people fly in on private jets, and it seems very antithetical to the cause, you know. So it's more working within the specific visual art sector than policy at large. But yeah, so that's my response.
Anything from you, Hannah?
Yeah, one thing that I can add maybe is that I would think that there's always an opportunity to expand in some area. If you take the entirety of all environmental impacts of, I don't know, the culture sector or the event sector, there's always some area where there's a possibility to push forward, even though, of course, sometimes you wish that maybe regulations would be different. But I don't know, I would keep a positive attitude. I think that there is always, for example, we have some federal states in Austria where legally you're required to buy reusable water. I don't know, if you provide drinks, they have to be in reusable packaging. This is a legal requirement from a certain size of the event in some federal states. And something like that gives us such an opportunity to just not deal with negotiating, okay, can you do this? Because the law says you just have to. And then all of a sudden, it's possible because you have to do it. So this sometimes is a great opportunity, and sometimes it just takes a while. But I'm kind of optimistic about the development of the Green Deal, that it is going to have a positive impact on the long run, also for our smaller events that nationwide, because there's just like a movement or a wave of positive movement forward in this direction that I think can be facilitated by laws, but it's not only possible by political action. Yeah, that was a very diplomatic way of responding. Yeah, but yeah, you have to do what's possible.
Thank you so much. I'm glad to hear optimistic responses from the people who are a part of this movement, and that will wrap up this afternoon session. Thank you. Oh, sorry, we have one online question. What is it? Is there an online question that we need to ask? Can we open it in the chat if there's a question? Yes. Okay, this is for Kim. What do you think are the initial challenges when you started using the policy? Which policy?
Yeah, I'm not sure how to answer
that.
that.
Maybe they mean implementing different materials for art shipment, or is this a key culture question, or is it a no?
I can maybe just speak broadly. I mean, I'm just taking a stab at like what this question is getting at, what the initial challenges are in the shift away from maybe using petrochemical plastics and rethinking how which organization. I work with two, and I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I don't know what this question is asked. So the policies the initial challenges of starting to use policy in GCC and key culture. I mean, I just spoke that, you know, it's all very sort of insular in the art sector and within museums and within arts organizations. And I also said I don't really work you know, very closely with policy per se. So I'm not really sure how to answer this.
Okay. Okay, then maybe, yeah, thank you. Thank you for being here, guys. And Kristen has moved from technical director to panelist right now. Thank you for joining us. Maybe we'll start with Gwendolyn first. Yeah, please share with us your work at the Green Room.
Sorry. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me, and I hope your energy level is okay, because it's been quite a long day and a lot of talks and quite a lot of insights, but I'll try to be quick as well, because the idea is really, I kept the title, but actually I always feel like we have many practices, and I'm not sure it's actually good practices, but at least it's some experiments that we are trying to run. So to give you a bit of insight, so first, my name is Gwendolyn Sharp. I work for an organization which is called the Green Room, which is based in France. And we work specifically on the music sector, working with environmental and social change. And we have this saying in French, which is, we don't doing ecology without social justice, this is just gardening. And this is why we integrate both social and environmental issues in the way we work, trying to create change and trying also to have a more systemic approach to those questions rather than a very individual and sometimes a bit making people feel guilty, and especially artists, about their commitments towards environmental issues. So we have 5 main axes of working. First one is really focusing on training and awareness raising. This goes through the whole stakeholders from the music industry. So we train artists, but also institutions, local authorities as well. It can be also through different programs, and especially European programs that we have. One other direction is really about operational support, be it mostly with artists, so supporting musicians on tour and trying to do it in a better way, in a greener way, but also a fairer way. Cooperation, we've heard that yesterday evening, we've heard that a lot today. This is quite common to all of us, but this is really the basis of our work as well. Another part is action research. So we try to get some data. We try to go also on some topics that are not so much tackled within the creative industries and within the music sector. So I will come back to that in a few minutes. And last but not least, we work a lot on advocacy, being part of different networks, maybe one of them that you might know, which is On the Move. So working with them on mobility, on very context-based solutions towards also integrating environmental issues within our mobility practices, but also making sure that we don't increase pre-existent inequalities. I think maybe you remember this. I always say that in the music industry, we are not very good at planning risks, but we are very good at reacting when something wrong happens. I'm not saying that we could have predicted COVID, but this is what happened, and that we had to react and to find different ways. And that's 2 examples of how musicians reacted. One was the concert in Barcelona, actually, for green plants. And the other one was inviting all the audience to come, everyone, one person in their car, to see a musician on stage that in Germany. And this is an image that I like because it shows that there are different solutions that can be taken, but it can be seen also as some kind of rehearsal for what we could experiment and what we already actually experiment with climate change in the music sector. And it's very much linked to risks. I'm not doing that just because I believe that I can save the planet. I'm not that naive. But I really do that because I want to preserve what we are doing now. I want to preserve international exchange. I want to preserve the mobility of artists. And to do that and to be resilient, we have to face the risks and to try to prevent them as much as possible and to defend ourselves and to defend what makes the essence and the core of our work. So we identify a lot of risks, be it like increase in prices for flights, for instance, be it political challenges, of course, and being French, I know what I'm talking about right now. Also, like Chiara was saying, thank you, legal changes that can happen and more like eco-conditionality of funding. It can also be in terms of image, like is it still acceptable to have a festival that doesn't deal with environmental issues? Is it acceptable to still invite an artist who's flying by private jet? All those kind of things, and especially with the new generation coming, these are different risks that the sector is facing and that we are trying also to work on. A few examples on how we work with that. This is actually an example. I was trying to find things that could relate also to you and to the region. This is a program for emerging artists in the jazz and improvised music sector in France called Jazz Migration. And they work since 2022. They used to have tours in France mostly and in Europe. And since 2022, they started to tour also outside of Europe, and especially in Indonesia. And they collaborate with the French Institute, and they collaborate also with a lot of local musicians, and really have this reciprocity programs. So it's not only French musicians touring in Indonesia, but it's really building on something. And why we did this study, comparing the 2 years and trying to show how we could preserve having the same number of musicians, working on the same territories, having the same number of concerts. And as you can see, we even have a slightly higher number of concerts and festivals, musicians, sorry, between the 2 years. But it was to show that even just implementing a few actions and calculating can show that we can reduce the amount of carbon footprint or carbon emissions while preserving the number of concerts and the territories. So this was done mainly by rethinking the touring, so stopping to have one shots, meaning just one flight for one concert, but having the musicians stay longer on the different territories, and whenever possible to avoid or replace flying by ground transport, so be it train or be it buses when it's possible. Another work that we've done last year is a guide called STOMP, so that's Sustainable Tools for Online Music Practices. We started to work on digital footprint and digital impact of the music industry before COVID, but of course, COVID having accelerated the use and also having more and more hybrid events, online events, we decided to really tackle this. And also because we feel like there are many misconceptions. Sometimes we feel like going online is going to somehow because maybe the terms we use as well, like we talk about the cloud, or it seems like it's not so impactful in terms of impacts on the environment as, for instance, plastic cups that you will see at the end of a festival. But actually, it represents already 4% of the carbon footprint worldwide, and this is going to increase more and more. When we look also the impact of recorded music, this impact was more or less the same during the whole history of recorded music when we had physical support, so be it CDs, vinyls, etc. Since streaming platforms started, the amount of plastic that we use was lower, but the digital impact really exploded. So this is something to keep in mind. If you're interested, this is available for free on our website. It's both in French and in English. It was planned to be 40 pages. We ended up with, I think, 120 pages because the topic is so big, and we discovered that we really lack information. But basically, we conducted interviews with music professionals. You have also essays of what the future of digital tools in the music industry could look like. And you have also a very practical toolbox with different solutions. And this is not only for musicians, but it can be adapted for everyone. The idea was really to give some tools for everyone to be able to make more like decisions that are based on facts and not just on imagination, basically. And I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gwendolyn. Could you share with us a bit more about the responses that, maybe from a musician level, for them and their awareness of their own carbon footprint and things like that? Like you said, the music industry is not great at planning, but we're great at reacting to fixing things. So Can you compare that nature for like musicians and their view on their own carbon footprint and the CO2 emission and things that leave behind from a concert or a music festival? How's it been actually talking to musicians and raising awareness for them and that community?
So we started the organization in 2016, but before that I was working as a tour manager and also implementing some environmental practices within the touring. So my first contact was really with musicians that were really convinced about the fact that they wanted to do something. So I would say my entry point was quite easy. But then it's just like in society, basically. You have people or musicians that absolutely don't care about that want to ignore the problem, and some others that are very concerned, and I would say even more concerned that they should be, in the sense of when I see like young emerging artists that are really scared about becoming a professional musician because they don't want to fly, for instance, or because they are already projecting themselves in a very, because I think also it's like this image that we have about the music industry, it always have to be bigger, brighter. We also question a lot what does it mean to be a successful musician? What does it mean to be a successful festival? Or a successful venue? Can you be a successful musician just playing for your own community in your own country if this is what you want to do? This should be the case, and especially now. I don't mean this is the way, but for the ones that want to do that, that should be an option. Yeah. And just to finish on that, what we try to do also is really to make musicians feel less guilty, because overall the whole music industry itself has a big impact, but it doesn't. We saw some numbers earlier, and in terms of mobility, it's the audience mobility that weighs the most and not so much so if musicians could travel more closer to the audience and the audience would travel less and on less bigger distance, that already would be a big victory.
Do you think it's a concern that the concept of sustainability dictates the type of music that it is associated with, and also in terms of, I guess, audience space as well? Is there any kind of conversation that revolves around that, like how to separate this green lifestyle with completely away from the genre of music, how, in a sense, that it shouldn't impact the fan base or even music making because of a certain lifestyle?
It's a broad question, and it's a big conversation that we are having. I can take an example which doesn't come from the environmental issues, but I worked a lot in the Euro-Mediterranean and Swana region. And I remember my friends in Cairo telling me, like, I wish one day I could be invited to the Hindenburg Festival, not for the Arab Fringe and not to talk about the Arab Revolution, but just to do Shakespeare. And sometimes that's also what the musicians are telling me, is like they feel there's more and more pressure to take a stand on different issues, and especially on environmental issues, to be exemplary, as if they were, and of course they have responsibility coming with their fan base and their audience. But for me, I don't interact with artistic work at all. I think that's on their level. Of course, I choose the artist I want to work with, and I have to have some respect and ethically agree with them. But I really differentiate the two. But of course, I will support musicians if they want to talk about this, if they want to tackle this topic. But I don't think any artist should have the pressure, and they are not, because then it's going in the direction of kind of utilizing artists to communicate or, on this. And for me, this is it becomes a bit problematic. So,
okay, thank you. Okay, we'll come back to you after during the group discussion. So maybe we'll move on to Saxon. I'm sorry, I don't know, how do you pronounce?
Just call me Sax.
Sax, okay. Kun Sax from Sati Foundation and our projects.
Okay, hello everybody. Usually when I do intros, I usually give like intro about one thing I do. But I'm gonna use this as an opportunity to do a long intro since we're talking about sustainability and best practices because all the businesses I run revolve around that, NGOs and businesses. So I'm gonna go chronological. So about 12 years ago, I started an NGO in Thailand called Sati. Founder director. We work with healthcare and education for at-risk and underserved youth in Thailand. So at-risk are youth who are in sex trafficking, drug abuse, trauma. We do upskilling, sex education, mental health training. Underserved is mostly outside of Bangkok, so up in the mountains, outside in the countryside, so more underserved communities, run programs there. I've been doing that for about 12 years. That's my first foray into social impact in Thailand. After that, I started a plant-based brand, so I run a plant-based restaurant in Thailand called Broccoli Revolution. A little pitch, we have three locations, Planchit, Sukhumvit, and Jalankrung. So I'm the CEO and co-founder. I started that about 10 years ago. After that comes now projects. I only have a slide for now, sorry. And my subscription for Microsoft ran out today, so I couldn't update it. This is honest, I'm not gonna make that up. So now is what I call like a medium or a platform. I think it's in here. Yeah. Medium or a platform using food and beverages to create social impact. So we're inside Bangkok 1899. You'll be going there tomorrow. So now I use it as like a, so most of my background is in food and beverages. So we use that as kind of a, food connects, right? So when I go travel somewhere, I'm Thai. They're like, oh, I love Thai food. So that's always an opportunity to open a conversation. So we used food as a medium to work with different groups. We work with the youth in my NGO. So here you'll see we have youth that are training, baristas, cooks, service industry, different workshops in there. We also work with other NGOs through now. We work with the environmental, SOS, food waste, with precious plastic. We work with creative migration. And then most recently, about a year ago, I started a tech company called ISSA. So we work with migration. So we work with basically migrant workers, but we're starting in Thailand. So mostly Burmese. So most people, in case you didn't know, there's a war going on in Myanmar right now. So people are they have to escape the country, and in Thailand you can legally work as a Burmese. Burma, Cambodia, Laos, they have a MOU with Thailand, so you can come over as a migrant worker. But most people are trafficked because they don't know the rules and the laws. So my tech company automates all the paperwork to make them legal for free, and then we have a marketplace where we place them into jobs, and we just charge the restaurants and hotels. So that's the short/long intro. I'm going to talk about Na today then. So we talked about that. Just a little bit about different local practices with Na. So it's a coffee shop, pop-up space, restaurant. This is mostly local. I think this is kind of given. Like if you're going to run something, local is the way to go in Thailand. We have good coffee beans. We have good vegetables, we have good ingredients. So most of the Broccoli Revolution and most of the restaurants I run, we use as many local ingredients as we can. We're lucky living in Thailand. Fish, produce, everything you can find is fresh and good quality. Local ingredients. We have different zero waste practices, which I also think is kind of given for any business. Like I don't think I need to go into this because it should be like pretty basic these days, like, with plastic use. Okay, sorry. Creative migration. I think you know creative migration. So Na as a medium or a platform, it is important to not only give people outside an opportunity to experience different cultures and experiences, but it's also important for our youths. So by us being able to be at Na at Bangkok 1899 and working with creative migration, there's artists who come from all over the world. They practice. They'll stay as a residents. They'll have their whole process there. So often it links with our youth or it links with the communities that we work with. We worked with, I work with a refugee Hmong community and we did it was Tiffany, she did a whole art installation and we had the women in the community come and do tapestry and a whole thing. It was amazing. We work with youths and they learn about music and different things. Okay, so my social impact partners, I talked about Siti. Oh, actually there's a screen right there. Okay, AAT. AAT is Asylum Access Thailand, one of our partners. I run our urban refugee program through Na as well. So in Thailand, there's approximately 30,000 refugees from all over the world, everywhere, like work with Pakistan, Afghanistan, Syria, Palestine, Zimbabwe, Ethiopia, Vietnam, Sri Lanka. I'm forgetting a few countries, but they come through Thailand as almost like I call it a layover. So Thailand accepts everybody as a tourist, but refugees aren't accepted to live in Thailand like many countries. So they come to Thailand, it's like kind of like a layover, and then the UN gives them a UN card so they can stay, but they can't legally work. Most of the money can't find any money, so usually it's from NGOs, churches, mosques. So we run this urban refugee program, which has three main purposes. One is financial support. So we run these monthly refugee dinners from different families. So they go through a whole about 2 to 3 month program with us first. So these, imagine like mothers who can cook really well. Like my mother's a very good cook, but she can never run a business because she would just give you too much food, and it would just be like, yeah, we'd lose money. So a lot of these like like a Palestinian grandmother we're working with, she makes amazing baklava, but we had helped her helped her with the costing and the pricing, where to get ingredients. So one is about that financial support, financial literacy, and then we have that dinner that raises money for them. Usually one dinner we can raise up to about 3 months rent for them. The second part is the upskilling part, which I mentioned before, which is sanitation skills, knife skills, how to work in a restaurant type industry. The third one is awareness. So most people don't know that there's refugees in Thailand. So every time I'm like, oh, we're gonna have a dinner with a family cooking from Palestine. They're like, what? How does that work? So it's kind of like breaking bread, right? So food is an opportunity to talk about issues, and I don't want it to be depressing. The world's depressing enough. So I try to find like different angles to make it less depressing, so we can enjoy food and we can actually talk about problems together without making it too depressing. And also, what you come to realize is that everybody is suffering in their own ways. Like there's lots of things going on all over the world, in many countries, that mostly we're not aware about. Yeah, this is part of our refugee kitchen, some of our dinners. This is our youths from the NGO doing training. We have different youths. We have natural dye. I didn't wear my indigo today. It would have went well with the color. Sorry. Yeah, I think so. SOS. So SOS is food waste. So one of our partners, SOS does food surplus. So they collect food. So another lucky thing. So best practices. That's what this is about, right? Yeah. So I think partners are very important, right? So I think you can see kind of a pattern. Like I'm a serial, I don't know what you call it, social impact. I don't know, whatever, So like for a very long time, I was very independent. I didn't like working in government. It's too slow. I don't like working with other organizations because I felt it was too slow. But what I realized is not really about that. It's about finding the right people, right? So when you find the right people, everything just gets easier. So as a medium, where we can able to find other support through creative migration and through the area that we have. It's called a Ford Research and Engagement Center, or it's changing, Ford Community Center. Okay, rebrand. So now it's a new center where there's SOS, there's creative migration, 2 minutes. There's urban studies lab. There's so many NGOs that we all work together. Precious plastic, yeah. The furniture, yeah. So we have all these partners that have different skills. So by working together, we can do a lot of impact. And I will end with one of the projects we did together, which shows the power of social impact. So during COVID, I started a program called COVID Relief Bangkok. So out of the house you saw, we had people deliver. So everything was shut down, right? So we didn't know what to do. This was March something, and everything was shut down. So we didn't know what to do. So we knew that people were in trouble. So the first person I contacted was Urban Studies Lab. What they do is they do data collecting. So they data all of Bangkok in general already with the Bangkok government. So what we use is we use 3 numbers. One is density, population density, income, and age. Okay. So with these three metrics, we created a map. So if you have these high numbers in these 3 things, then you're like a 9. If you have just 2, you have 7. If you have 1, you're like a 1. So that's a map that we created for doing distribution for goods. So dried food, mass, sanitation. So that started during COVID at 9 at Bangkok 1899, where we would do distribution. SOS is cars. They weren't working. They didn't have to work. So they would do distribution cars. We were the packing team. We had volunteers coming in packing. And we put this all up in 2 weeks.
So 2 weeks we were already going to communities. I don't know for a fact, but I think that if you're gonna look at the world, like how things happened, we were one of the fastest responders in the world for COVID relief. And also within a year we donated about 1 million meals, and this is all because of teamwork. We had no money, but we did a crowdfunding, and like people were just like sending rice to us and dropping it off with their car and sending money, and then we were able to help over, do 1 million meals, and that was kind of the power of impact. Okay, yes, time's up. Okay, thank you. I think it's over.
Thank you.
Oh, this other stuff, forget about that.
Okay, thank you so much. I think we are all quite inspired by all the things that you have done and are doing right now. So to me, please correct if I'm wrong, sustainability is not so much a goal, but a way of thinking and being for you. So are you able to expand this word sustainability for us, or even explain it? What does it mean for you as a social impact entrepreneur?
I actually think about this a lot because Thailand, it's a very trend-based country. So like, if you talk about sustainability in Thailand, they're like, how many trees are you going to plant? Or do you have any carbon credits for me? No offense if anybody's doing carbon credits, but I mean, like, there's like, ultimately we want the earth to be better, to be honest, for humans, right? Because we have to live on a better earth, right? So it goes hand in hand. It's not just about, I have my dog, I have my animals, we have our backyard, we have our nice environment, no pollution, it's all for us too. So my focus is more on the social and economic sustainability. So if I Googled this a very long time ago because I didn't know what sustainability meant, and they come up with the 4 pillars, right? So human, social, economic, and environment. I think everybody talks about the environment stuff, but they don't talk about the social stuff. Like our kids, like if they're not making a living, to be honest, they'll be selling their body. That's because that's what most of them did. Because they can close their eyes for 15 minutes and get 1,000 baht. They can work at 7-Eleven for 10 hours and get 340 baht. That's like $10. Yeah, no, it's $1. $10, yeah. Yeah, so for me, sustainability is how do we sustain a living using not overusing our resources. So how do you make people equal rights, equal income, equal healthcare? And then the excess beyond that is not about equality to me. I mean, people can argue that, but I think that everybody deserves the basic needs, but what people choose, how do you choose to do extensively out of that is what's going to impact the world. So if I can, I want to use my excess or what I can do to maybe like balance it out a bit with our kids, Yeah. I don't know if that answers your question.
Do you do any workshops or any kind of activities that pass on this type of energy and passions to create more of you through your foundation? But I mean, we're talking about movers here, right? We're talking about forward thinkers. We're talking about people who are brave enough to think outside the box and also find a way to create sustainable living for yourself and your own personal lives, but also having positive impacts towards the community, in the environment, and everything else in between that fits within this extremely broad concept of sustainability. I mean, do you think that it's important to create more people like this, or at least share this way of thinking?
And there's like several factors into that. So our NGO is workshop based anyways. Like, yeah, it's mostly active learning. We have everything from like music classes to art classes. And then between that, we have counselors, we have psychologists on our staff and counselors. The instilling, so our youth are the, what's it called? They're the ones that nobody sees. Like they don't have parents. They're like living on the street. Like they're kids that like people don't care about. So I try to instill, but I need to help them survive first. So a lot of it is like, like don't rob, don't steal, like, don't harm yourself. So empowerment. That's why empowerment is one of our key words. Like really empower, because my job is not to tell you not to sell your body. My job is to tell you what the risks are if you sell your body. And after I'm past that, then I ask them, is this what you want to do?
do you know what HIV is? Do you know what AIDS is? Do you know, your importance? And then they're like, oh, well, I don't know what to do. I've only have a 6th grade education. Like, I don't know what to do. So that's where the empowerment comes. That's where skill building, learning how to make, it sounds weird, but learning how to make a latte, and making money from what you do, learning music, learning art gives them that empowerment where hopefully someday they can choose. And as far as the other stuff, like I see myself as like maybe like my mother like nags me a lot, growing up. So like I remember her voice when I would try to do something bad, when I was younger. So I'll just nag them, I would try to kind of just, like be like, okay, hey, stop doing drugs, or okay, you can smoke, but don't do drugs. Like it's a balance, And then it's like, so it's just you slowly instill, and then hopefully it becomes natural, and then they choose. But if you force somebody, like it's only gonna get worse.
Yeah, I think maybe the world of sustainability may not talk about this human-to-human connection enough as well. We talk about it in such a big way that a lot of the time seems impossible or inaccessible and things like that. So when you really distill it down to it comes to human connection, and it starts from there. Okay, thank you so much.
Talk about numbers. Sorry, just on that point,
Yeah.
like we're data, like we have this whole new data program now that we're like doing metrics on the minute. We have like a dashboard. I got that from the tech part, but I put it into the NGO. But I mean, like ultimately, like what does it matter? Like people like to see numbers, but if I can tell you right now that I've helped over 100,000 kids. But I don't know how they are now. Half of them might be back on drugs, or half of them might be poor now. So the numbers, like your human connection, is always going to be what's most important. You can show as many numbers as you want, but at the end of the day, people, it's not a movie. It doesn't end as soon as that day you help them. Like it ends when they die. So people have life cycles. So that connection is what's important for change.
Mhm.
Yeah. Sorry.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. We'll come back. We'll hopefully have more opportunities to chat a bit more. But for now, let us welcome the last speaker, official speaker of the day. Yeah, please welcome Kristen Whistle from Sontor Media and Entertainment.
They're tough names.
Sorry.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kirsten. I want to say also just quick thank you to the CCAT team, to Susanna, to Michael, the whole unit cluster, and for the support also of the Goethe Institute in Germany for bringing me here, and then for the whole CCAT team for bringing us all here today. So I'm really happy to be going after Sachs, because a lot of my work is very much community driven, and it's a little bit all over the place because I have 2 admissions to make to you. Right now, number one is that even though I'm on the CCAT team, I had no idea that I had to prepare a 10-minute presentation on myself. So have thrown together a bunch of slides for you, so hopefully they make sense. And second admission is that it's a little bit ironic that I'm on a panel for best practices when actually a little bit of a crazy background, and I've only really realized that I'm a creative and have been working in the creative industries for less than 2 years. My now co-founder of Saunter put a camera in my hand September of 2022. And now I know what it means to be a poor and struggling artist, unfortunately, but a lot of exciting things. So a little bit all over the place. I'll actually not go there quite yet. So I'm the co-founder of Saunter Media and also the Entertainment and Culture Pavilion. And please join us on the 28th and 29th at Bangkok 1899. We've had some great support, not only from the unit cluster actually in this as well, but especially from Creative Migration, Bangkok 1899, and also NA Projects, to bring together 2 days of really amazing programming with representation from Thailand, from EU, the EU speakers actually that are here today, and then some guests, our partners at Green and Beyond magazine, who are coming also from Southeast Asia. So at Saunter, I'll start with this one. So again, like I said, I've only been in the creative industries for about 2 years officially. My background was actually first in international relations for academics, but then I spent the first 4 years of my career at Airbus in aerospace, and every single position was mostly based around digitalization, around innovation, and then eventually moving more and more towards sustainability, using satellite intelligence to monitor deforestation in South Africa and also Southeast Asia, actually. Then realized, okay, I want to get more and more into this. I really like the environment, let's do it. Many, many steps in between. But then I realized I want to work more in the space, of course, working with a lot of different NGOs, a lot of different youth groups who are working in the climate space and trying to make an impact in a lot of different ways. And then in the meantime, you know, working at Airbus, working also as a communications consultant for a couple different NGOs and then also for the United Nations, kind of just ended up here very serendipitously, not only with my co-founder of Saunter, but then Gunjan and Sam, who are here, who are my co-founders of the Entertainment and Culture Foundation. Pavilion, sorry, we also have a foundation. Yeah, so working through Saunter, again, just kind of jumping around with some slides. So one of our main things that we do, you know, a lot of our programs are very much principle-based. And one of the things that we really work on is going to turn also into a campaign. And we're going to be having, we've actually put together a big group of people from mostly Latin America, also the US, but we have representation from Chile, from Panama, from Colombia. Oh, they're going to kill me. I'm forgetting all the countries, Mexico, Peru, to put together this kind of concept of audiovisual sovereignty. Because I don't know if you know, but food sovereignty as a term in English, it's actually fairly recent. And it came actually from a Latin American, you know, it's a Spanish term. And the whole concept of, you know, having sovereignty, having control over production and distribution of food, Latin American concept. And the same thing with audiovisual sovereignty. There's only one academic literature document that came out in English. It's very, very new. And it's all about basically the right of communities and also individuals to self-regulate the production and distribution of their audiovisual content. Definition is in the works, again, with this very amazing community, mostly based in Latin America. So please, if anyone wants to get involved in building this concept and writing this booklet and having a campaign, please reach out to me. It's also very much related to something else that we do at Saunter, which is called community cinema. And it's a lot of different things. So basically there's community-based filmmaking, and please, if you haven't already met the Convergence in the back, they do a lot of this work on the ground. And if we're talking also about best practices, hi Elise, if we're also talking about best practices in audiovisual production, especially with traveling filmmakers, please reach out to them, because I mean, just at lunch we were talking about their bento boxes and how they use that in order to reduce food waste when they're on the road. So please reach out to them. But community cinema is a little bit different, because communities have the solutions, they have the experiences, especially if we're talking about people on the front lines of the climate crisis. Thank you, Susanna. Communities have the experience, they have the solution, they have the knowledge, and they need to be a part of it. So the way that we tackle it is through community cinema, which is, you know, as filmmakers, very often we go to a community or we go and approach a topic, and we try to tell a story from our view. And it's kind of natural, it's journalism ethics. There's a lot to it, but if you work directly with the community and you make the community part of the filmmaking process, not only the production, but also the distribution, giving them ownership as well, that can make quite a difference, and it makes the story a lot more genuine and authentic. And that relates a lot to audiovisual sovereignty, because again, they have the true experiences. One of our projects, so Saunter in general is a film production company, but we do a lot of other projects. And one of our films, for instance, is about youth activists in the climate space. And a lot of the complaints that I've heard from a lot of my now friends who are activists in the space, one of the complaints I hear from them is you see journalists come in and they'll give, you know, a 10-minute speech about whatever topic they're most interested in the climate discussion. Journalists will listen to 10 minutes and then pull one sentence, put it out of context, and all the meaning is lost. So, importance of audiovisual sovereignty and community cinema in the context of being, you know, creatives for climate action. It's that, you know, it's really being about responsible in the way that we're producing audiovisual content. So that's more philosophical, but then also on a sustainability basis. Again, please talk to the Convergence, because they also have a very unique approach to reducing waste when you are on filming trips all over the world. For us, it's all about going lean. It's also, you know, very budget friendly to only travel with a few people and core people, and then very much relying on local talent, and that can be a lot of different things. It's a lot of extra work to find people who can, number one, you can communicate with, because language is a barrier. You know, making sure that you can pay them, so you're not just relying on volunteers, and then making sure just like you are being respectful not only of the local culture and customs, but then also reducing waste as much as possible by keeping it lean. So I'm gonna skip forward because I'm aware of the time. I'll skip this. Oh, I forgot about this too. Sorry, again, very unprepared. So one of the things that Saunter does, we also do events. So I'll talk a little bit about the Entertainment and Culture Pavilion. But we just recently, this May, did a festival in Peru in the city of Iquitos. It's a floating city. Sounds a little bit funny, but basically it means that not just because of climate, but of course it's getting worse because of climate, that 6 months of the year the city is flooded. And people, I'll just scroll through some photos. These are generously given to me by Associated Press, AKA stolen. So this city you can see, it's really incredible. Highly recommend that you visit. And a lot of different climate implications, a lot of social justice issues in the city in particular. But what we recently did is this festival. I'm trying to think of the translation in English. Floating Jungle Film Festival, I think is the best way of saying it. And basically, the whole festival, we made it about, voices from and for the forests of our world. And of course, it's also related very literally to water and water justice, water access, and of course, very community-based. So I'm gonna skip through because of time. But we had really great impact, 12 days of programming. We had 11 different indigenous communities participating. And again, relating back to community cinema audiovisual sovereignty, we had one floating laboratory and then 2 community cinema workshops with a couple different indigenous communities. And we had a lot of incredible institutional support. We worked with the Ministry of Culture of Peru, WCS. I can't even name all of them, honestly. I'll update our website and you can take a look. So that brings me to Entertainment and Culture Pavilion. I only have 1 minute left, so I'm gonna go really fast. So, Entertainment and Culture Pavilion. There's a culture gap. We all know this, that's also why we're here. So not only as creatives, we need to think about decarbonizing what we're doing, but we also need to think about how we're using the work that we are making in order to, address the culture gap, to not overlook the power of cultural heritage and storytelling as a transformative enabler for climate action. You'll hear more about this if you join us, by the way, 20th and 29th at Bangkok 1899. We had 12 days of programming at COP28 in Dubai, a lot of amazing speakers, as you can see here, and talking a lot about just this culture gap, a kind of a very similar theme to what we're here today to discuss. So learn more about Entertainment and Culture Pavilion at our website, and 20th and 29th at Bangkok 1899. And one of our other speakers before talked about, vinyl, and we took some steps as well. So not only for COP28 did we use a lot of local talent. We had 4 different people on our team who work from Dubai in order to reduce waste, reduce emissions, but then also we tried to be as sustainable as possible in every single way, including, the COP team was very difficult. We couldn't control the materials that were being used and provided to us. So we had a great time tearing off the vinyl coating of our pavilion, and we worked with a company in Dubai called Wava Projects in order to transform them into bags. If you're interested, please negotiate with my colleagues here, Sam and Gunjan, to see if you can get a bag. And yeah, that's it. So sometimes you can't control the impact of what you're doing, and you might as well just make the most of it at any step that you can. So that includes reusing the materials. I think that's it. We had amazing partners. Please talk to Gunjan, Sam, and myself in order to learn more. And I wish I could speak more, but that's it. So please join us 20th and 29th, Bangkok 1899, thanks to the generous support of Susanna Tansensup in order to learn more. Thanks.
Thank you, Kirsten. You didn't need to go that fast. I was really enjoying listening and learning about Saunter, actually. This idea of having autonomy in telling your own story and the impact that the environment has to your own community, and hearing straight from that community especially. I don't know, has there been any films or any kind of ready for showing types of film or documentaries that can be viewed? Or are these more about archival material to then be used for more studies?
I'm so sorry, could you repeat the question? Our films or films in general?
The content coming out of Saunter.
Great question. You're putting me on the spot because I actually have to update our website. But yes, there are lots of, number one, so each community cinema workshop, I didn't go through it, but it's 2.5 days of theoretical training 1.5 days of practical hands-on training on how to like actually hold a camera, how to compose the shot. And then also the last day is a little bit of editing, making sure that the narrative is actually capturing what you want it to capture, and then ending up with a community screening. So we have, I can't even count how many films of those that we have, and we're going to be putting it on our website. And then we have 3 film projects happening right now. The first one, hopefully, fingers crossed, everyone in the room for me, in the next 6 months will be available on streaming services.
Oh, amazing. Okay. Okay, I think I want to know more, but I think maybe we'll open up the floor for any questions for all 3 of our speakers. Anyone from the audience have anything they would like to ask, or the online viewers? Anybody? Okay, then I guess maybe we can share some more. I think each of you are doing something that's innovative, at least from Southeast Asia point of view. Are there any stories that maybe had an impact on you that you want to share about what you did, and then the impact that it had? Can you think of anything? We'll start with you. Yeah.
Let me think. I have too many stories. That's the problem. The problem is which one do I pick? Because that's kind of part of my work process. So I'm a hands-on person, so I'm like on the ground. So that's the only way I can keep going, or else I'm just like kind of too distant, and I'm just like, because like she mentioned something, so the communities have the answers, not me. So I'm just an observer. So I consider myself the moderator. So I'm very lucky because I get to see the worst in the world. So people may think that's weird, but I find that that's I'm an optimist, eternal optimist. So half full. So when I see a bad situation, anything, I mean like death, like I've seen, kids rape, death, like the worst things you can imagine. But I see within the kids who escape that, I see the opportunity. So rather than tell a specific story, I think it's more about the kids I work with. So I mean, there's kids who or in an NGO who are young themselves, early 20s, 18, 19, they have several kids. Every child has a different father. This is like, like a normal occurrence. They're community kids, different father, one of the fathers is in jail. And like, I always think about nature and nurture, right? So that's something we hear about a lot. Like, if they're genetically, so their mother is in prostitution and drugs, so is their father. So in genetically wise, like how do these youths, survive, right? So, or how are they supposed to excel in this world? And then you think about nurture, where their environment's very bad, right? So what I've come to the conclusion is it's more about, so evolution and genetics is survival. So if you actually really think about it, they're actually more evolved than us, because like I've had to age in order to be resilient, failing tests, getting dumped by girlfriends, or like, like those are all resilient building things to make me the individual I am today. But there are actually people in this world who are born with a gene that teaches them to survive. So as soon as they can breathe, they're gonna live. Because if they don't live, they're gonna die, because no one's gonna take care of them, and the environment around them, no one's gonna care. So I think that these individuals are actually, like, we talk about people who should lead, who have a Harvard degree and, come from a rich family, or have like everything, the best education, and they should be the people who lead us. But often they tend to lack that gene that understands about human survival. So for me, like these youths, if we can give them the opportunity to not excel, I know they're gonna excel, but for them to have a fair playing ground. So they have the same rights as equality as us. So then they would excel on their own. And these are the people that I think should run the world, because it's not about, their ego or them, who's better than else or how they're fighting. So I think that these are the youths that we try to give opportunity to, and hopefully that can spread with them, and they can become leaders one day. That's why I still have hope for the world, because of the worst things I see.
No, but yeah, that's great though. But you also get to meet a lot of people from very, very diverse cultures. Are there any life lessons that they were able to share with you through their struggle, or even any reusable tips or sustainable tips through the kitchen work that you do as well. Like, because I think as we know, different cultures have different approaches to what is economical, what is sustainable, and what is green practice. Have you come across any interesting or fun ways to practice, the green life?
What I get from that is so excess, right? So I think we as humans we splurge, right? So often it's actually seen quite common in Thailand. So a sign of wealth is excess. So if when you start to make more money, you start to spend more. So you go to the omakase. There's tons of omakases in Bangkok. I don't even know why. Although actually omakase was started as a sustainability topic. So I'm digressing, but it makes sense. So in Japan, they started omakases because they would go out, it's called chef's choice. So the chef would go out and pick the fish that's freshest of the day, and that's what all they would serve you, which is like, like 10 pieces, and that's all you eat. But there's like one on every corner in Bangkok, so it kind of defeats the purpose. But anyways, so it's just the excess. So the families, they eat for survival. Right, so lots of carbs, which is not healthy, but like they don't eat a lot of meat because it's energy, right? So they don't know, like they actually don't know when their meals are going to come. Like a lot of times, they have to work with what they have. So all these cultures I met, they're very, the way they consume is not excess, right? It's for need, for necessity. Which I don't think I can do that. I didn't understand that, because like I grow up and my parents are like, oh, here's lunch, here's dinner, let's go out to dinner. Like that, I couldn't fathom that. They're like, when I give them food, I'm like, eat more, and they're like, no, we have to save this for later. It was just so mind blowing for me. So I do try to be less excessive now, like both for health and both for just like, why do I have to have that extra piece of sushi or whatever, And then also like just pretty much excess. I think that's a human error. So we all spend too much, eat too much, Yeah, that's why all the Michelin places only give you little bites. Because food tastes better when it's like in little quantity, anyways. Not the supersized Whoppers or whatever you call it, Big Macs. That doesn't taste good, Yeah, that's my lesson.
Thank you, Gwendolyn. Do you have anything more to share about the green room, and maybe any specific projects or something that you were working on that you think would be an interesting case study?
Maybe relating to degrowth somehow, or coming back to what's basics for, and who has to make the efforts, because when we talk about individual responsibility, obviously the global majority being the most impacted by climate change and being most of the time the less responsible, I guess this is something we can see also in the music industry. And so for us, it's also very important to be able to work on visa issues, because this is a way also to have artists come and stay longer on territories and do all kind of work, be it community work, be it masterclasses, be it collaboration, be it opportunities to do some different types of collaborations. So this is one of the ways that we work. And also in terms of working on audience, so being closer to audiences. Sometimes we think like an event of 80,000 people will equal 10 events of 8,000 people, but it's actually not the case, because the bigger the audience, the higher the impact, because the bigger you are, the further away people will come from, and the bigger the impact. So we're also trying to show this with numbers. So right now I'm deep into Excel sheets because we collected 500,000 data from just a ticket company in France, and trying to show that and to understand better where people come from, where the efforts has to be made. Because maybe it doesn't make sense to put your effort on trying to convince people that live in the middle of the countryside, where you don't have any access to public transportation, where you don't have other choices than to take your car. If you understand that this audience is there, But then at the same time, you have a city which is very well connected by train, and then you have a lot of people still coming by car. Maybe you understand that you have to put your efforts into convincing those people. It's the same also, we try to cross those issues with gender issues. People that know me heard that, that's my favorite topic, but I always like to remind that men have a 16% higher carbon footprint than women. So in terms of also who has to take the responsibilities and this is probably way higher if we look at the music industry and musicians, this being a very male dominated industry. So we also make sure that some of the decisions that are being made, be it again asking musicians, for instance, to come by train, to stay longer on territories, do not impact, for instance, mothers that cannot leave their kids, or if you have a residency space that doesn't allow you to come with your family, then all those things are so. Yeah, there's a lot to do still, but as it was said before, it's also an exciting theme, and it's a good way to rethink really not only environmental issues, but I totally agree with you with the social dimensions, and to really rethink more in a more systemic way the way we work.
Thank you so much. Kirsten, did we get to elaborate on your work with the Culture Pavilion?
No.
In Germany?
No, I'll save some things for 28th and 29th, Bangkok 1899, if I hadn't been enough already. But one thing I would like to emphasize about the ENC Pavilion, and then also, actually don't know how to speak intelligently about the relationship between ENC Pavilion and that initiative under the UNFCCC called ECA, Entertainment and Culture for Climate Action. If you want to learn more about people from people who are more intelligent, please ask Susanna, Sam, or Gunjan, who are part of ECA. I think related to the community work is the power of building coalition systems of mutual aid and ecosystem mapping, and I think that's also one of the strong benefits of having an event like this, for instance, because I definitely don't know the creative climate, whatever, ecosystem in Thailand, but from what I understand, this is just a very good first step in the direction of building networks and ecosystems of people who are all working towards the same goal. And that's what we're doing at Entertainment and Culture Pavilion. It's really a hub for a bunch of people who are working all in the same direction to come together and to be hyper collaborative, not necessarily being competitive, which is, I'm sure many of you know, very common not only in the creative industries, but then also very much in the NGO space. A lot of people doing the same thing, a lot of tiffs about, you know, you're using this name, you're stealing my initiative, whatever. So there's a shift that we're trying to lean into, which is really being a hub, bringing everyone together, not being additive, but not being duplicative, but being additive. And I think that's something very important to focus on. And if you join us again, 28th, 29th, Bangkok 1899, there's a couple of different workshops and a couple of different sessions about mapping these ecosystems. Also, my co-founder Sam Rubin will be helping facilitate a workshop tomorrow to build this toolkit. And again, not only is it the network building, but also resource sharing, knowledge sharing, best practice sharing, to really make sure that we're, again, all moving in the same direction, not wasting time because we don't have time. Yeah, that's it. I thought I had more, but nope.
Okay, okay, thank you so much. We have a bit more time, like 10 minutes. Just one more sweep around the room. Are there any questions or anything that you want to chat with our panelists? Maybe share your experiences and then have some comments from the panels, maybe. Anybody want to share anything? Okay. Well, yeah, okay. Yeah, please do.
So the online folks can hear. So what's interesting about this panel is you all are very intersectional in the way that you approach best practices. If for anybody that's participating that really wants to integrate that in their work, but they don't actually know where to begin, could you have some suggestions or a personal anecdote or idea of how they could start small? And it's also, I think the theme that's echoed throughout this entire day is about not doing it perfect. We don't have to be perfect. It's just making a beginning and making the connection and building community. And also, for all three of you, how do you see how your work is aligning with each other just from listening to each other speak? So whoever would like to begin, I am going to put the mic back on the stage.
I don't want to begin, but I guess I will. Yeah, I'll answer the first one. I actually don't have an answer, but just suggestion. So I think also as creators and people in this room, I mean, people, any kind of creative, actually anyone who's working towards climate action or more broadly in social impact, we're all doing a lot of different projects, making a lot of cool things. And I think just being open and sharing that will help people who don't necessarily know where to begin to have that first step. So I'm a little bit of a hypocrite because my website is not updated, and we're building our ENC website and trying to have an impact hub. Please visit our ENC website to see our impact hub and all the different resources that we're sharing. But I think the point that I'm trying to say is we're all doing a lot of amazing work. It's impactful, it's useful, especially to people who are not already in the space and maybe want to. So if we share that, if we're open, if we maybe steer away from the competitive nature in these types of spaces, I think that's a really good first step. And then also, I think, you know, kind of selfishly, again, like I had a camera put in my hand a year and a half ago and change, and now I'm in this space. So I think the more open we can be, the more that we can share not only our knowledge and our skills, I don't know, the better off we'll be.
There's a word that I like from the IPCC report, and this is co-benefit. And I think this is very useful. It's useful to help convince people that are not convinced or with whom you cannot address the environmental issue directly. But usually if you start to speak about money, and then you're going to be able to save money, this works. Or it can be like that it's going to improve your mental health or your physical health. If I want to share a story, I was working with emerging artists more like from urban music styles, let's say like rap, trap music. And usually the image we have in Europe is like this generation is not concerned about that, and these aesthetics are really people that have nothing to do with environmental issues. And the way to approach that was that they were very aware of the need for them to have a healthy lifestyle, sorry, that was a tricky one, to be able to sing every night during their tour. And this was something they really had in mind. So the way of addressing the environmental question was through this slowing down, taking care of yourself, and then they could relate to many things. And that was an entry point. That's always the way I try to go, not to address things because it can be if you address things in a very frontal way, it can be a conversation ender, and then it's very difficult to go back. So sometimes just having this. And if it helps, we developed together with the On the Move network a decision-making tool where we listed all kind of questions that go beyond just this decision of, let's say, taking the plane instead of the train or vice versa, but really helping to look through different decisions and different ways you can go, and also integrating like ethical dimensions, social dimensions, etc. So that's also for free on the Move website.
Okay, sorry. Okay, sorry. I'm gonna go a bit more, I guess, sorry, hippie-ish, I guess. Sorry, just for Wonderfruit. But yeah, so I think it's quite simple, like passion. You know, I get people tell me a lot that, oh, you're very passionate, you know, but I'm not about everything, you know, like it's specifically about being, passion comes from understanding, right? Or also just emotion. So if you care about yourself, if you love yourself, you're passionate, then I mean, you have to care about the world, right? It's kind of simple, right? And then if you don't care enough about yourself or what you're doing, then you should care about your kids or the people you love and your friends, and that'll be for them. So it's like, I think it's quite easy, right? So you start somewhere, something you're passionate about, you know, within that. I mean, we talked about it's not just about trees or, you know, there's so many things about energy, heat, you know, and like global warming. There's about people, equality. There's so many sectors that you can start with. So it's more like where, you know, like Suzanne actually, it's a really good question. It's like where do you start? But just start with what you're most passionate about and then go from there. Yeah. And then your second question, right? You have a second question. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, I do have ideas. So in case, you know, you're free. So when she was talking about music and concerts, and then the jazz migration. So every single word you said, like, I'm like, wow. You know, because I work with human migration, right? And then we actually have a rapper. We have a rapper on one of our youth who went through a whole program. He's like a rapper now. He's on a label. But I mean, how do I teach these kids, right? To not only like be empowered and be compassionate, but also to understand that, hey, once you become a rich artist, don't destroy the world. You know, so a lot of what you did we're talking about also spoke to our programs. And also your communities, like the video stuff, you know. So that picture you showed of Peru, actually it looks, I thought it was Bangkok. Because there's the floating, there's klongs in Bangkok. Like I thought that was like, you know, that looks just like Bangkok. Even, right, look at that on the top. I mean, like if you showed me that, I would think that's Thailand. Like exactly like the same colors, same everything. So I mean, just like the sharing of cultures and how they're able to kind of go through that, and how seeing there's so many intersections within Thai culture and Peruvian culture, and you sharing those mediums and being a part of those mediums, I feel like that's something that can be done too, in case you two are free. Yeah, but yeah, that definitely intersections. Yeah.
Okay, 2 minutes left. Maybe just a comment from me. I'm really how to say, like, grateful to have been able to hear from your stories and your experiences, which then also made me think about the emphasis of finding your community. I think we've spoken a lot about country level policy making, movements through the arts, like exhibitions and music festivals, and then there's initiatives like yours. I think it's so clear is the importance of the community that works in the different pockets that moves this big initiatives forward, and then having it make sense in the next 20 years, 30 years time. Everything you guys are doing is to invest on the future, essentially, to build people, to build a system, to make things more accessible, and handing back people's stories and their autonomy. So just, I would really love to hear from the audience. I think because everyone here work within the, you know, all the different sectors, but really, yes, here we go. Thank you. We have 1 minute left, so I think it would be great to finish from a question from the audience. Thank you.
Okay, just help sharing my experience as a museum consultant, museum expertise. For the first questions, like, where do we begin? Besides passion, which is a big thing that you start with the love of what you're doing. And in my case, it's also the desire to make a change of something. Because when I grow up, the museum was so boring. All the museum I went in Thailand all look gloomy. I can't even read the text or understand anything, no program. But they keep making the same kind of museum all over the country. But when I have a chance to build a museum for the Dutch embassy in Ban Hollanda, so first thing that I think, you know, this need to change, like the desire to create a change, and also the discipline. Like passion is something, you know, you can run out of passion in some point, but the discipline, the determination, right? Jeab, Gridthiya, this morning she was asking me, how can you tolerate like 20 years being in the museum industry? Because I have very strong desire to create a change in museum environment in this country. So that's where I start. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that's a nice way to wrap up today. Do you guys want to say something? Just to, closing the show.
Yeah, I would just like to thank all of the speakers of today. Thank you also, Kun Kim, for moderating. I think it was a very long day. Also for you, did an amazing job. Thank you so much. I hope you found our day one interesting. We start tomorrow again at 10 a.m. here and online. First section will be on policy, and then in the afternoon we will have an interactive session about how to create this toolkit, and we also will really need your input, your recommendations, your expertise to help us design something that is really useful here and tailored to the local context. So thanks again to everyone. Thanks for coming, and see you tomorrow. Thank you.